Bienvenidos. Welcome to the Half Bay City Council meeting, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, unfortunately, Councilmember Penrose is not able to attend in person tonight. She is under the weather with an illness. Councilmember Penrose has notified us that she will be attending remotely for just cause due to this illness. City Attorney Catherine Enberg has confirmed that Councilmember Penrose may do so under the Brown Act meeting provisions AB 2449, provided a quorum of the board attends in person. And given that I see 4 council members here this evening, Councilmember Penrose may attend remotely. Councilmember Penrose, as required by the Brown Act, could you please let us know if there is anyone 18 years of age or older in the room with you, and if so, what is your relationship to them?
She's not there.
She will be.
There is no one in the room with me at all, and no one under 18 in the house.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. Now we'll do our roll call. Councilmember Brownstone.
Here.
Councilmember Reddick.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rarback.
Here.
And Mayor Jimenez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
May we stand for the pledge? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Anybody in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Mayor, we have to do a roll call.
look at you. My apologies. Roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Brownstone.
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose.
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarback.
Yes.
And Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We go on to our proclamations and presentations. Today we have a graduation of the NET program, and we have a presentation by Colleen.
That's me. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members, for being here tonight. We are super excited to announce all of our NET graduates. And for everyone in the audience, that is our adult civics academy that runs for 4 sessions to learn about the inner workings of local government and all of the great partnerships that we have with our nonprofits and community-based organizations, as well as public safety personnel. And they got to have great intimate chats with our council members. I personally love putting on this program. I get to meet so many fun and interesting people who have a genuine interest about their community. And we had a really great time these 4 sessions, so I'm kind of sad to see it end, but also really happy to have some more community ambassadors out there who are just gonna help make the community better. So we're gonna go through the list of our NET graduates, and so if you hear your name, please stand up. You'll receive your certificate, and then we'll have you go stand over there, and then we're gonna do a group photo with the city council. Is that okay? All right. First up, we have Emily Glines. And if you're not here, then we'll have you accepted at a later date. Calling Emily? No, Emily. Lynn Gallo, I know you're here. Of course. Emily Castillo. Ann Lauderdale. Joy Moore. TJ Martin. Sue Hyder. No Sue tonight. I actually remember her emailing me saying she wasn't going to make it. Paul Pantera. Jennifer Goshorn. Noreen Hevlin. She is unfortunately not here tonight, but she wishes she could be. Adrian Nelson. And apologies if I say your names wrong. I'm so sorry. Pat Wilkes. There he is. There he is. Lynn Peterson. Matthew Lyles. No. Patricia Walker. Thank you. April Campbell. No April. Amanda Jones. Thank you. Stephanie Perez. Linda Kroos Anderson. All right, let's give one more hand of applause for our NET graduates. So if council, we're going to take a group photo if you guys want to mosey on over there. Thank you, NET graduates. Of course.
I want to say something. Yeah. I'll say something really briefly. Take a break. Break time. I'm just kidding.
To the graduates, I sure hope that you feel more engaged, and we expect to see you at council meetings, commission meetings, writing letters, becoming engaged with our community. It's really important.
I had the opportunity to actually sit with the students last week, and I was able to answer some of the questions they had about our city government. And I would like to make an invitation to the rest of you, having not been part of the NET program, to please take participation to the program and learn more about our government. Thank you.
I'm very happy to say that I and my wife Suzanne are actually alumni of the very first NET program. And so it is great to see that this program is continued, and it is a terrific engagement, civic engagement by our citizens who are interested in how our government works. And because I attended that program, it's one of the reasons I eventually ended up running for office. So great to see everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to scholarships. I just have to say, I had the opportunity to read some of the essays, actually all of the essays from our high school students. I'm very impressed. I am very impressed with everybody who wrote an essay for us. And I want to say that after reading those essays, I'm very happy to learn that our high school students have high goals and high expectations for all of us. So thank you to everybody who applied for the scholarship. I'm very honored for the city of Half Moon Bay to offer these scholarships to our high school students. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Julissa Acosta. I'm the Community Services Analyst with the City of Half Moon Bay, and I would like to present to all of you tonight the Leadership Awards. These awards get to middle and high school students who have demonstrated outstanding development in leadership and community services, and just to serve, really, like the mayor said, recognition for their inspirational work. They will receive a certificate, and some of them, well, actually most of them will receive a check, depending on the grade they are. We have 2 recipients for 8th grade and 1 recipient for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And some of them couldn't be here tonight, and we'll hand the certificates later. I would also ask the students to please stand on the side so we get a photo with council, and then families can also come and celebrate with you. The first recipient I have is Lyric Holzman. I do have to say that Lyric also participated in the youth version of NET program last fall. So congratulations. They're future leaders, Civics Academy. So congratulations, Lyric. Luca Ferdiani. Ginger Sullivan. Congratulations. I don't think he's here, but Ambrosio Cruz? No, I don't think he's here. And I will turn it over to Matt for the Sustainability Awards.
Thank you so much. My name is Matt Nichols. I'm the City of Half Moon Bay Sustainability Analyst, and I'm joined here tonight by Monica and Sarah from our Public Services. And we are so excited to present this year's Sustainability Awards. This year, we asked students in high school the question of, what do you envision in a sustainable Half Moon Bay when you're thinking about climate adaptation as we work on our climate adaptation plan? And we got so many great essays this year. I'm very excited to present the winners of this year's Sustainability Award. Our first winner is Julian Covan. Congratulations. And our second winner is Ginger Sullivan. You have to come on back. Thank you again so much. Your essays were so wonderful. We'll have those posted on the website so everyone can read them. Thank you again.
Thank you, and congratulations to the recipients. Very impressed. Move on to proclamations. This week, the City of Half Moon Bay have a proclamation for National Public Works Week. For the week of May 19 to May 25th, 2024. I would like to thank everybody from the Department of Public Works for keeping our streets safe, vibrant, happy, and looking forward to making this a better city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Miles Virginia, Public Works Director, City Engineer with the City of Half Moon Bay. I have a number of our staff here present tonight, and we thank you for the proclamation and for the recognition of the Public Works Week for the May of 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can the Public Works staff stand up, please? We can like to recognize you for all your hard work.
This is about half of our department, and I wouldn't be able to be here tonight without the hard work of these men and women here behind me. So thank you all very much for everything you do.
Hold on, don't go anywhere. No, come on. Where are you going? I would like to read a little something. Now, therefore, be known that the City Council of Half Moon Bay do hereby designate the week of May 19 to May 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week. City Council urges all citizens to join and representatives of American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and government agencies in activities and events and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, employees, to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our nation's health, safety, and quality of life. Thank you. A lot of celebrations. Feels good. Now we're going to a presentation about the Midcoast Community Council.
All right, Kimberly, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Jimenez and council members. This is Kimberly Williams. I'm a member of the Midcoast Community Council, and I'm not sure when the last update was, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of, some items from April and May. So the GGNRA came out to talk to us and gave a presentation about their outreach for the Rancho Corral de Tierra and the direction for their outreach and next steps for community input. And they've been holding these Tea for Tea on the trails for the last couple of months. And I think the last one was last Sunday. But they have told us that there will be other outreach opportunities and rangers will be more available on the trails in the coming months. So there's that to look forward to. We had a policy discussion about herbicide use in county parks, and county parks held a discussion with the MCC and gave us a presentation, and they have developed a plan to monitor and gather data on their herbicide use in parks and to produce an annual report going forward that they will share with the community. So we thought that that was a great outcome. And let's see. I guess the last thing is that we had a community discussion on healthcare needs of the unincorporated areas of the coast side. And this was in the wake of the closure of Seton Coast Side emergency room. And the group looking at those needs are looking at collaborations and asking for any input or anyone who wants to work with them, contact Claire Toutant. And I think that's everything that's of note. The only other item would be an item that you have on the agenda tonight. So I don't think I need to mention that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move on to mayor's announcements. We'd like to do an invitation to all of you to the Wine and Jazz Festival that we're going to be celebrating here in Half Moon Bay. That's June 1st, Saturday, June 1st, the Wine and Jazz Festival. And that's it for the mayor's announcements. Now move on to any reports on recent closed sessions.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The council did meet in closed session prior to this regular meeting to discuss one matter of existing litigation, the case of City of Half Moon Bay versus Thomas Gearing. Nothing to report out of closed session.
Thank you. City managers updates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We don't have any updates tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to our public comment. You have 3 minutes during public comment. Make sure it's not an item on the agenda. If you would like to speak for the agenda item, please wait for the item to come forward. Ilse Serrano.
Good afternoon. My name is Ilse Serrano, and I'm here with my co-worker,
Bella Bono.
We both are directors at Coastside Adult Day Health Center, and we would like to share about our program.
So I'll go ahead and start. So we'd like to just share, what do we do at Coastside Adult Day Health Center? So Coastside Adult Day Health Center is an adult day health facility whose mission is to keep people as healthy, active, and independent as possible when advancing years or physical and mental conditions call for extra care and attention. Our goal is to allow people to age in place in the communities that they helped build. So we have a large multidisciplinary team which provides services such as nursing, personal care, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, nutrition, stimulating group activities, memory care, and respite for caregivers. So caregivers are often unpaid family members or friends, and the stress from caring for someone with dementia can be extremely taxing. Our services allow those caregivers to go to work and take time to themselves. Giving them that time allows them to continue caregiving and helps people stay out of assisted living facilities for much longer. As you know, assisted living facilities in these parts can be quite expensive and can be taxing on family budgets. Close to 50% of our participants have some level of age-related dementia, and 100% of our participants have a medical disability. So once participants start the program, we normally see a decrease in hospitalization, a slower progression of symptoms of dementia, and an overall improvement in reported well-being. Our team would like to invite everyone here and in the community to come in for a tour of the center to see firsthand what we do. When you enter the facility, you'll encounter something truly wonderful. You'll have the opportunity to see our participants cracking jokes with friends, taking group physical therapy classes, listening to music, coloring, playing poker, and most people's favorite, bingo. All the activities that make people feel loved. So it's frequently the highlight of our participants' days, and we hope to share that with any of you who are interested. We continuously strive to be a community support for everyone. If you or someone you know could benefit from our services, we urge you to reach out. And I'll pass it over to Ilse.
Thank you. So adding to that, we are bilingual. So I'm going to share about our program in Spanish. En nuestro centro COSAD Adult Day Health Center es un centro de día para adultos cuya misión es mantener a las personas lo más saludables posibles, activas e independientes, cuando el avance de los años o las condiciones físicas y mentales requieren cuidado o atenciones adicionales. Nuestro objetivo es permitir que las personas envejezcan en las comunidades que ayudaron a construir. Algunos de nuestros servicios incluyen equipo multidisciplinario que brindamos servicios como enfermería, cuidados personales, fisioterapia, servicios sociales, terapia ocupacional, servicios de nutrición, terapia del habla, actividades grupales estimulantes y programas de cuidado de la memoria y algo muy importante, relevo para cuidadores. Quiero enfocarme un poco en el relevo para cuidadores. Una característica muy importante del centro es el hecho de que brindamos el relevo a los cuidadores. Los cuidadores suelen ser familiares o amigos no remunerados. Los cuidadores suelen ser amigos y están siempre bajo estrés para poder cuidar a pacientes con demencia, que puede ser extremadamente agotador. Nuestros servicios permiten a esos cuidadores ir a trabajar o tomarse un tiempo para ellos mismos. Darles ese tiempo les permite continuar brindando cuidados y ayudar a las personas a permanecer fuera de los centros de vida, de asistencia de vida por mucho más tiempo. Y como usted sabe, la vida asistida en esas partes puede ser bastante costosa y puede suponer una carga para los presupuestos familiares. Cerca del 50% de nuestros participantes tienen algún nivel de demencia relacionado por la edad, pero el 100% de nuestros participantes tienen alguna discapacidad médica. Una vez que los participantes comienzan en el programa, normalmente observamos una disminución en hospitalizaciones, una progresión más lenta de la demencia y una mejora general en el bienestar general. A nuestro equipo les gustaría invitarlos a que tomen un paseo por nuestro programa y observen el día a día de los participantes. Se encontrarán con nuestros participantes disfrutando, compartiendo bromas, disfrutando de un equipo de terapia física y lo más importante y lo que a ellos les encanta es jugar bingo. Por esta razón les queremos invitar a contactarnos, a pasar por el centro y tomarse un tour. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ilse and Bella.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Penrose would like to say something in response to that.
Yes, please.
Yes, I just wanted to say that as a physician in Half Moon Bay, for many years, I was able to refer patients to Adult Day Health Care. It's a wonderful, wonderful organization. In addition, since my sister has come to live with me, she has been able to use the services twice a week at Adult Day Health Care. And I can tell you, they have been so accommodating to our needs. It has been such a relief for me to know that Gretchen is there, enjoying herself 2 days out of the week, being well fed, well attended to, playing bingo, poker, all sorts of things. She just loves it, and we are so grateful, and thank you.
Thank you.
May I also say something? I know this is very unorthodox.
Yes, please do.
But what a great organization. Several years ago, when my grandparents in Southern California declined to the point that they needed care, we moved them up here so that my mom could take care of them. And my grandfather had dementia, and they spent a lot of time when they first got here at the senior center and at the Adult Day Health Center. And even though he was declining, we felt like his decline was slowed by the experiences he had there. He was always really happy to be there and very happy when he left, not because he was leaving, but he had such a great time and socializing. But one of the things that was mentioned that for us I think was most important is the respite for my mother as their caretaker, because taking care of your parents can be so relentless and there's so much fatigue that comes with that. And it was so great for her to have that time to run errands, to do the things she needed to do, to take care of her own mental health. So our family is just so grateful to the center, and what a blessing it is to have this service in our community, helping seniors age in place and stay in our community and be part of our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Move on to Steve Hyman.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Steve Hyman. I'm a local real estate broker, and I've also been a resident of Half Moon Bay for over 42 years. While I support the housing project we're talking about here on Kelly Avenue, I have to say that I think this is really a horrible idea in many ways. First, I'd like to say that the building is 25 feet taller than every other building in town, and you're basically destroying the character of our charming little town with this oversized building. To build this 50,000 square foot, 5-story building, you're basically throwing our zoning book in the garbage can and granting multiple variances that no other applicant could ever dream of getting, and at warp speed too. Third, this project is highly discriminatory in that you are showing favoritism to one class of development while other applicants rot in permit hell for years. I have too many clients who were waiting 5-7 years for a permit for a big project, and this is just getting rammed through like Stone Pine is, and it's really not fair to everybody who, anyway, this project is also going to create, when finished, a traffic nightmare at one of the busiest intersections on the coast. And during the 2-year construction period, we're going to have what I'm calling a parking Armageddon, as large trucks, equipment, and materials descend on Highway 1 and Kelly Avenue, probably causing Kelly Avenue to be closed at times. The cost of this project at $43 million is, to say the least, an outrage. $43 million to build a building that should cost $15 million. Or another way to look at it, each of the 40 units in this building is going to cost $1.1 million to build. Is $1.1 million Half Moon Bay's answer to what the definition of affordable housing is? If so, that's a joke. But just think what you can buy for $40 million. You could buy 60 Sandy Cove condos at $700,000. You could buy $5-8 million homeless hotels. Or you could buy $350,000, $125,000 mobile homes that the county is putting in at Stone Pine. There are so many more affordable, better options, yet our city seems to go for the expensive free money route. $43 million for $15 million is not free money. Some people are making a fortune on this, and it ain't us. I'll be done in 1 second. I'll conclude by saying, I know that you will approve this, but I caution you in that there are many angry taxpayers who are strongly against this, and your wasteful spending will have many opportunities for people to remember this for a long time as they're sitting in the traffic nightmare you're creating. Thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to express my view.
Thank you, Steve. Move on to Nina Campos. Thank you.
Mayor, was the question about whether the council may comment on? Oh, you can request that of the folks here.
I have a very basic, request, and that's, doing about respecting who's here. And we love to hear your comments. And we are happy for you to be here to make your comments. But if you could please hold the applause, when somebody comments, just to be respectful. Hold the applause. Thank you. Rocío Ávila.
Creo que lo voy a hablar, lo había escrito, pero lo voy a hablar, porque voy a decir más.
Vamos a compartir entonces.
Buenas noches, miembros del Concilio y personas que nos acompañan.
Good evening, members of the council and people that are with us.
Había pensado que mi comentario iba a ser muy corto, pero creo que no.
I was thinking that my comments were going to be short, but I don't think so now.
Como dijo el señor Steve, que hay personas que están en contra de la construcción de 55 Kelly, pero sabemos que hay esa necesidad de vivienda y no hay un lugar perfecto aquí en todo Half Moon Bay y la costa para vivienda asequible.
As Mr. Steve said, as Mr. Steve said, we know that this is not a perfect, there are many people that are in need of this.
Que no hay un lugar perfecto aquí para vivienda asequible aquí.
There is not a perfect place here for accessible dwellings.
Y también que no hay personas que están porque pagan sus impuestos a favor de esta construcción. Nosotros también pagamos impuestos.
And there are many people that are paying taxes on behalf of this construction, and we also are paying taxes for that.
Siempre salen las mismas cosas para vivienda asequible para personas de bajos ingresos. Siempre van a ser sus comentarios que no están a favor.
There are always going to be comments against the people that have needs of housing, lower income housing, and there are always going to be people that are against with that.
Ustedes representantes saben cómo la comunidad vive y cómo se dieron cuenta las condiciones de vivienda.
You as our representatives, you know how the community is living and you know the need that the community has.
La comunidad está ahora mirándolos porque tenemos esperanza.
The community is watching you because now we are having hope.
De que ahora alguien nos esté escuchando durante años que hemos estado aquí y no ha pasado nada a favor de las personas de bajos ingresos y menos de las personas que trabajan en los campos.
And because now we know that you are hearing us, and we know that there are people that are in great need here. And many years we have been talking about this need, and now is the time that you are seeing the need and you can fulfill that.
Nosotros también tenemos derecho a una vivienda digna, así como ellos pueden ofrecerles una vivienda a su familia.
We also have a need of a decent living place, as they also can provide a dignified living place for their own families.
Y muchas gracias.
And thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rocío. Patrick Jensen.
Patrick Johnson, 431 Keogh. I have not been up here in a couple of years. I was planning commissioner for 8 years. Spent my time, helped out with Cunha over here, senior development, which is what we did. We did a couple projects, and Cunha store. We did a lot in 8 years, and it was fun to do it. I'm here tonight, and I'm not against the farm retirement housing whatsoever. I'm for it. But what I am a little concerned about on the 555 Kelly APN 0561150200 is just the fact that it kind of dawned on me through a friend who brought it to my attention, who has a shop down here that's really concerned about parking and traffic, which I think is going to be an issue. That's one of my concerns as a previous planning commissioner, and that's one of the things that we would address in those issues in those hours. And in this situation, being CEQA exempt, class 32, I didn't even know about this, and I was kind of blown away with it. You don't have to do story polls, you don't have to do traffic studies, you don't have to do anything. It's just basically being beelined through the governor that says we need housing, which we do. I have technicians at my auto shop that don't have housing, that have hard to find housing in San Mateo. I get it, but I am worried about things that are being beelined in here and we're being bullied to do. And is it the right place? And it being 5 stories, it's going to take away from what we have and what brought me to this town in 1989, the look and charm of our town. And I'm a little worried that this type of a development will be the first, and then there's another one, and another one. And then it's going to change the landscape of our town and the way it's going to look and what brought us here in the first place. That was one of my concerns. There's no setbacks in the front. There's nothing on the sides, nothing. It's basically like a senior center. And that was one of the things I remember as a planning commissioner. It's right up front, huge building, large walls, flat wall facade. I am concerned about that. And this one's going to have that. So basically, and it's going to be one of the largest 5 stories in this town. I don't think there is one. You know, and the other thing would be fire department. Are we ready for that? Are they able to handle that? Safety with the neighbors, safety with the kids next door, things of that. But parking is the issue that I think it is, and setting a precedence for new and future development in this town, and being bullied by the governor and the state just because we need it. We do need it, but we need it in the right place, the right size, and at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Jennifer?
Good evening. My name is Jennifer. Thank you for allowing me to come up here and share my share my thoughts. I've been here my whole entire life. I am 3rd generation. I'm raising my son, Carlos, as 4th generation. He's 17 years old. He's going to the high school. He'll graduate next year. And I don't see a future for him here. He can't afford to live here. I don't know what he's going to do, how he's going to be able to buy a home. How do you figure out a way for these children who go off to college and want to come back here and make a future? Do we have programs set up for them too? My son's half Latino. He deserves a chance. So I will continue on. I'm here because I believe 555 Kelly is in the wrong location to house undocumented retired farm workers. These undocumented farm workers can come from anywhere in California. Since they are undocumented, we will not know their true background. We have a junior high school, we have a Boys and Girls Club, we have a church, we have Pilarcitos High School, we have Hatch Elementary School, all within a very short distance. We have a need for housing for so many people in this community as well. I feel like this is a prejudice against veterans, elderly, disabled, first responders, teachers who are about to strike, And projects like this do not bring in a tax revenue, which takes away from funding to help pay what they deserve to be paid. There are members of this community that have been waiting for housing for years. Much of their income goes to their rent. Many of them have a hard time paying for their medication, having food to eat, and paying their own utility bills. They deserve a chance to have housing too. I believe these resources could be helpful throughout our community, not just to undocumented senior retired farm workers, sorry. My mouth dries up. Also, I believe that the city of Half Moon Bay has not done their due diligence to inform the community through the proper steps of this project. There has been a lot of closed doors of discussion without proper notification to our community. And there was a lot of opportunity for people that were for this project to be able to be part of it. That was very unfair to the rest of us. I'm here to say that this community will not stand for this. We see what you are doing. This is not okay. I strongly urge you to either change the location, because we do not want mass density housing in our downtown Half Moon Bay. Thank you for allowing me to have a voice. Good evening.
Thank you, Jennifer. Patricia Stevenson.
Thank you for the chance to speak. My name is Patricia Stevenson. I moved here in 1979, grew up, went to high school here, seen a lot of changes. I'm not against this project. I am definitely against its locale. Suggestions have been made between Grandview Boulevard and I believe it's Silver Avenue. What a far better position. It's close to town. It won't congest downtown. Already during the weekdays, we all know what it's like twice a day with Cunha. We have church services on the weekend. Most locals won't even come into town on the weekends just because of the tourist traffic. And I'm just wondering, I have questions. We have 3 major projects planned. We have the Kelly Avenue, Stone Pine, Bay City. What about the rest of the populace? As Jen mentioned, my children can't afford to live here. They've been born and raised here. There's no way they can afford to live here. My 30-year-old daughter still lives with me. I also feel that without the Half Moon Bay review being in paper, a lot of people, especially older people in town, are kind of left out of the loop. I know many that are against this project, well, the locale of this project, let's say, that weren't aware. They don't go online, so they don't, they just don't participate online. And I hear things like, oh, we'll resolve the parking issue, don't worry. That's kind of like saying Obamacare, don't read it, just sign it and we'll deal with it later. I don't see, we're not getting any new roads. None of our roads are getting wider, so I don't really see any grand solution to this. And then I also worry about the workers themselves. When they're on the ranchers, do they have to pay rent? I'm just wondering, because now we're moving them into a situation where they might have to pay rent. Hilltop, they might have to pay mortgage now as well. And while they might be gaining equity, can they really afford that? My other concerns are it's being touted as a local project, and we have no guarantees that this building or any other project is going to be housing our populace that we're concerned with, that we would like to help. We could be getting people from pretty much anywhere in California, which increases our populace and doesn't truly help the people that the community wants to help. So I don't know if there's anything we can really do about that. But I feel a majority of our residents in town would be more for this if there could be some sort of guarantees that it's actually helping. And then we go into retirement. I'll wrap this up. The outrage was about our current working workers. And now we're creating a retirement center as well. I'm not sure how that's helping where this whole outrage really started. And once again, what about the rest of the low-income people in this town that can't afford to live here, that keep our services working? So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Patricia. Move on to Michael B.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Excuse me. I haven't spoken in a while, so anyway, I'll get it going. Mine's going to be a lot shorter. Basically, what everyone has said is what I agree with. I do agree that the project should be built, but just not here on 555. I've lived here my whole life. I went to school over there, over here, and over there, and I live over there. My family's been here for 150 years. Anyway, I just recently retired. I was a business agent for Local 3, and I'm also was a delegate for the Building and Construction Council of San Mateo County. Anyway, the Half Moon Bay Library was one of my projects to oversee. Basically, it's just compliance with labor things. Anyway, the project here, or let me go back. So I overseen between 60 and 70 large building projects from South San Francisco to Menlo Park. And every one of them had either above ground parking or sub-grade parking. This has no parking. It has 16 stalls. So in my opinion, it needs to be moved somewhere where you can accommodate the people that will be living here. One of my biggest things is the school, because kids get dropped off in the morning, they go to dances, they're going to get dropped off in the middle of the street, which is going to stop traffic. And as everyone else has said, the church, it's just a bad project for right there. I actually lived in that house in 1998, so I hate to see it get knocked down. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Crystalline?
I feel weird breaking it up because this is not about housing whatsoever. Crystal Lynn, the COSI Chamber. I was just going to let everybody know of some super cool events that are coming up. On June 15th, if you are a business owner who provides jobs, or you are somebody who wants a job, either outright or a better job or whatever, on June 15th, we're having a job fair at the Opportunity Center of the COSIDE. So we'll have booths with employers and job seekers can come and meet them and hopefully make some connections. That's being spearheaded by Job Train. So we're very excited, and it'll also be another little open house for the Opportunity Center. So if you're at all interested in what cool stuff we're doing there, please feel free to pop by at any time in the afternoon on June 15th, which is a Saturday. Next up, we have the 4th of July block party. It happens to be on a day that there's also Make It Maine. So this should be a really cool, rockin' 4th of July block party. So please come down to watch the parade and then stay after, especially if you have kids. We'll have lots of kid fun stuff. With COSIDE Adult Day Health Center here earlier, I don't know if you know, but they are doing an event on July 21st called Dream On. So they couldn't do Dream Machines, but the harbor is letting them take over the parking lot and still do a really cool car show. I think they're aiming for 200 rad mobiles. So if you're a fan of Dream Machines and you want to support Coastside Adult Day Health Center, come on down to the harbor on July 21st. And lastly, on July 27th, we are having the 33rd-ish Farms, Fish, and Flowers. So if you've ever wanted to see the behind the scenes of a farm or the harbor, please consider supporting the chamber and buying a ticket, and we'll take you behind the scenes with the farmers, and they'll tell you the real what's what about running a farm and the harbor as well. And that'll be on July 27th. All of this information can be found on our website, coastside365.com, or again, pop by the center right across the street from Bank of America on Main Street. Thanks.
I know it just feels like, like an applause, but great performance, great performance. Thank you very much. Move on to Greg Fontana.
How you doing? Thank you. My name is Greg Fontana. I'm fifth generation of Half Moon Bay. Ranch community. My grandmother was raised in the Johnson House, and the reason why I'm here is to talk about the 555 Kelly. I just want to let the City Council know that I am not against farm labor housing. I understand we need proper housing for farm workers. What I am against is the fact that our governor has threatened to sue our city if we don't comply with what he wants when we have a pretty serious change that's going to happen to our community. This is a project that should be thought out, and all the questions that a lot of people are concerned about should be answered, and it definitely needs more planning. And I'm not upset with the city council. I'm upset with our governor and how he approached our city council with it. And I think our city council should stand up for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Sandra Ascension.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Sandra Ascension. I'm the Farm Worker Program Director at ALAS. I also grew up here in this community. I just want to say I'm really saddened to hear some of the comments tonight that I've heard earlier about undocumentation and, with my time at ALAS working with the farm workers, I've, seen and interacted with our hardworking farm workers that are not retired. They're still working as seniors in the fields every single day to feed all of us. We all eat every single day. And again, I'm really saddened to hear some of the comments I hear tonight. But I also like to speak on the positives. We're grateful for the Planning Commission for voting yes to 555 Kelly. And also for the Farm Worker Resource Center that will be essential for the farm workers to continue to get the resources that they need as they're aging, as they're still working in the fields, and as they continue to feed all of us every single day. I'd also like to thank the city staff for all their hard work, as well as their professionalism and care for our whole community. We want to thank the community for coming together and supporting, and the many groups that have supported this project, and also Mercy Housing. We have to continue to come together and support our farm workers. And 555 Kelly is a great location. It's centralized. They'll be able to get the resources that they need, medical, mental health. They can walk. A lot of them bike. Most of them don't drive. That's why this location is perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. And that ends our public forum. We have anybody on Zoom?
We have no online speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. That concludes our public forum. Move on to our consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve our consent calendar?
I'll do that. I move that we approve the consent calendar. Item 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, warrants for the month of March 2024. 1C, approval of minutes. 1D, resolutions calling for the holding of the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election. 1E, receipt of legislative position
Councilmember
letters.
Reddick.
1F, financial report and treasurer's report for the quarter ended on March 31st, 2024. Item 1G, SB1 local streets and road improvement project list. Item 1H, Highway 1 North project design agreement amendment. And that's it.
Second.
May I have a roll call?
Before the roll call, I did just want to clarify, we did have one person who wished to speak on one of the consent items. Normally, we would call that during the public forum, but you could go ahead and take that speaker now.
What item was that?
I believe it's 1H.
1H.
Or you could modify your motion to just be 1A through 1G and then take up 1H separately.
Pull 1H?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll modify my motion to eliminate item 1H and approve items 1A through 1G.
And I'll second that.
All right, we'll do a quick roll call. Councilmember Brownstone.
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose.
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarback.
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
May I have a speak on the item? Do we present?
Mr. Mayor, I'd recommend letting the community members speak, and then we can determine where to go from there.
Thank you. Paul, not and gas?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I was actually here for another item tonight. I did see this item come up, and in light of myself going to talk about an item later on about 20 years ago, I noticed this was terrorist signal, which that also came together 20 years ago. And my question on this, I noticed in the agenda report, it mentions that construction bids are going to be in winter 2024. And I know we're going to talk about another project tonight that's on Highway 1, so I didn't know which project was first. And then I go, well, there's an optional item. If the Caltrans item project goes first, and then there's going to be this design $40,000 item to include their improvements on the plans. And I was like, well, why can't you just have Caltrans include it in the city project, and then you're not going to have that issue. So, I just want to make sure we're aware of the timing. I'm not sure if you're opening, when the construction will start at terrorist signal in relation to the Caltrans project. And then why can't we just include whatever improvements Caltrans is going to do on the city's project, so you're not destroying work that has been done, and Caltrans could reimburse any work that was done as part of this, they were going to do anyways. So that's why I brought that up. Thank you.
It might be good to have our Public Works Director discuss that. If not on this item, then, okay, here he is. Good.
Good evening, everyone. Masbo Zerginia. Yes, so I did want to talk about that. So the item 1H is related to a design contract for the Highway 1 North project, which incorporates the signalization of Terrace Avenue and Highway 1. The request for additional funds is towards some design coordination. There was a little bit additional PG&E coordination involved with relocation utilities. And so some of those costs are presented here. We also were unsure at the time, and I think now that things are moving forward, it's a little bit more clear. The optional item for our designer is to incorporate the Caltrans improvements as the baseline. As the project's currently designed, the existing configuration out in the Highway 1 through our project area is what is existing today. And based on the schedules and timing of improvements, I think we are anticipating at this point that the Caltrans project would come through first. And so that would, what this contract amendment does is allow us to modify our plans to show Caltrans as the existing condition for our project. And then that way we can come in and complete our improvements. In a perfect world, we would have loved to get ours done before, but I think with the timing of improvements, we are probably looking at after Caltrans improvements go forward. So that's the rationale behind the amendment for the Mark Thomas contract. It allows us to make the changes necessary to get our final permits. And yeah, we may still go out to bid in winter 2024, but I think award and start of construction is going to be contingent upon completion of the Caltrans project. So we'll have to work closely with them on their schedule and coordinate that opening and award closely. Happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions? No. Thank you, Mas. May I have a motion to approve 1H?
I move that we approve Highway 1 North, a CIP project number 538 design agreement amendment.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarback?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Actually, we can come back by 8:25. Thank you. 2A.
Mayor, before we move on to the staff presentation, I did just want to remind the council and the public that this is an appeal, and so there's some special procedures and time limits. So under the council's rules of procedures, the applicant and appellants each be given 10 minutes to speak. The applicant may reserve some of that time for rebuttal, so if you don't use all your 10 minutes, you can use that after public comment. And we also have a procedure for disclosing any ex parte communications. So at this time, Mayor, you can go ahead and ask your colleagues if they want to, if they need to disclose any ex parte communications.
Any of the council members, Vice Mayor, had any communication?
I had a telephone conversation with Marin Holt from Coastside on Bikes about the appeal.
Anybody else? I did have a meeting with several members of the community about the appeal. I also had a phone call with one of the planning commissioners.
I had a phone conversation with Marin Holt and a phone conversation with Anjuli Gupta.
And if there's nothing further, then you can go ahead and invite the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Jimenez and members of the council. I'm Steve McHarris. I'm the Interim Community Development Director. And tonight we have Senior Planner Doug Garrison, who's going to present the two appeals, the Caltrans appeal and the Carter-Erickson appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve the Caltrans SR1 multi-asset maintenance project subject to additional conditions of approval. The file number is PDP 2384.
We can share. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For the record, I'm Doug Garrison, the project planner for this project. I'll let Caltrans, there's a lot of detail on their application materials as far as what the actual project consists of, so I'm not going to take a deep dive. It's essentially a repaving project for Highway 1 from Wavecrest Road northward to the northern city limit. Besides that, some of the key features: installing bicycle lanes along the shoulders, both sides of the road, the entire length, replacing guardrails, some other safety features, replacing 3 stormwater culverts, and various pedestrian bicycle improvements. I do want to confess that on the original staff report that went out to the world, in the world of getting it out, actually attached the wrong findings and conditions to the resolution. That's been corrected by the city clerk. Again, I apologize for that. Quick background: project went to the Planning Commission. There were 2 hearings, May 26th, April 9th. The Planning Commission added some additional conditions of approval to the project on April 9th and then approved it. On April 23rd, we received 2 appeals. One from, it's labeled Appeal 1, that was from Catherine Slater Carter and Len Erickson, and the other one from Caltrans. Now, they're a little bit different from some conditions. Neither party is actually requesting that you overturn the Planning Commission's decision to approve it. Nobody's asking that you deny it. So it may take a little while to just get through some of those subtleties. The main issues that came up at the Planning Commission, Where the bicycle lanes are going in, that will block off people from parking along the highway shoulder to get access to Surfers Beach, Sam's Chowder House, that area. There was a lot of questions about where the road widening would occur and how much. That was addressed. It's only to accommodate the bicycle lanes. There's one location up by the barn just off of Murata Road and two others just south of Kelly Avenue. They're fairly small, and again, just to accommodate the bicycle lanes. There's no new traffic lanes or anything like that. And there was a question raised as would that affect stormwater runoff? Again, that came up with the proposal to replace 3 aging 18-inch culverts. Would that affect stormwater runoff? And then the other main issue was just pedestrian bicycle safety at Poplar and Kelly Avenue intersections, and also along the shoulder of Highway 1 from Kelly Avenue going northward, where there's really no walkway and it's difficult for people to get up to the shopping centers. For the parking question, first let me say there are actually 2 permits, one from San Mateo County, one from the city. The project extends further north up into the county, and in the area by Surfers Beach, the city's jurisdiction goes to the center line of the highway and the county's jurisdiction from the center line eastward. So the county approved their coastal development permit with the bicycle lanes. And then that approval was appealed directly to the Coastal Commission, primarily over the parking issue. At our Planning Commission meeting, I think everybody agreed that, Caltrans has said they aren't legal parking spaces, and they shouldn't have to be required to replace them with a comparable number of other coastal access parking spaces. And we all agreed that's really a Coastal Commission policy determination. And we put a condition on the project that essentially said you can build the bicycle lane on the city side, but it's subject to how the Coastal Commission appeal is resolved, and it would be subject to any conditions, requirements that for replacement parking or preserving parking that the Coastal Commission would put on it. Stormwater concerns, we added a condition, A11, that confirms they can't further widen the road beyond that to create more impervious surface than what was shown on the plans. Culvert replacement, we added another condition, 8.7, that required monitoring after the culverts were installed. And if there are erosion or flooding issues, it would require remediation action by Caltrans working with the city engineer to address any potential, erosion or flooding issues. We was widely noticed for this project at the Planning Commission and in the City Council. For the council meeting, we received 3 comment letters that were attached to the report, and then yesterday, we received 3 additional letters, which we didn't have time to attach, but they've all been forwarded to the City Council. And again, the comments focus on the same issues: coastal access, parking, pedestrian and bicycle safety. I think all the commenters supported more coastal parking and more pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements. So we're treating this as 2 separate appeals. The first one we're calling Appeal 1, that's the Carter-Erickson appeal. And this one I think is pretty straightforward, and it also has a separate resolution to address it. They've raised the question of, similarly to the San Mateo County appeal about loss of coastal access parking, they have acknowledged that most of the potentially lost parking and potential areas to create parking are in San Mateo County jurisdiction, not the city's jurisdiction. So they're not asking that we deny this project or anything like that. They're basically just asking the city council to direct city staff to work with the staff from San Mateo County, Caltrans, and the Coastal Commission to help create and maintain parking for the busiest visitor days in the Surfers Beach area. They have their own presentation, so I'm not going to spend much time on this. Just quickly, these are the areas they're interested in. And again, if you look at the red outline rectangles, there is one property that is in the city's jurisdiction, which is owned by the Harbor District. But again, it's up to the Harbor District to decide whether they want to expand parking into that area or not. So on that resolution, staff recommendation is to direct staff to work with San Mateo County, Caltrans, and the Coastal Commission to create and maintain adequate parking for the busiest visitor days in Surfers Beach area by adopting resolution number 1, which specifically addresses this appeal only. And in the resolution, we did not add a condition of approval, but in there it does state that the city council has directed staff to work with those agencies. Appeal number 2, the Caltrans appeal, is a bit more complicated. They are requesting changes to several conditions of approval from the Planning Commission approval, and it gets a little confusing, remembering which one is A2 and which one's A11, and I apologize for that. We've done the best we can to make it clear. So I've sort of lumped these into groupings for the presentation. They're not necessarily in the same order they were submitted by Caltrans. The city has a standard condition that applies to all permits, 8.1, that basically says you have to build what was on the plans that got approved with your coastal development permit. And then there were a new condition, 8.2, which there were some additional commitments that Caltrans agreed to perform. And so we had a second condition that said you have to do that also. And then condition A11, that's the one that limits the road widening to what was on those approved plans. And I think Caltrans, to an extent, rightfully said that it's kind of redundant. They could all be combined. Staff's not recommending that we do that. None of these provide an additional burden on the applicant. And our experience is we have another condition where we require that the applicant print all of their conditions of approval on their final plans. And for a project this size, there's going to be a primary contractor, any number of subcontractors, and we just think it's best that all of those conditions are on the plans and it's as clear as possible what the limitations are. They did request that we delete condition A7, which requires the stormwater monitoring for the culverts. And again, staff does not recommend deleting this, frankly, due to the ongoing emergency flooding situation on Seymour Ditch. The amount of water flowing off of the right-of-way from those culverts onto city streets and eventually into Seymour is probably not a lot, but given the history of emergency repairs there and ongoing emergency conditions, we think it's appropriate to have some monitoring, and if there are issues that are developing, that they be addressed. This is one where we agreed with Caltrans. They noted there was a condition that they put in a new crosswalk on the north side of the Poplar Street Highway 1 intersection. And I've gone out there a couple of times and looked around, and there is an existing crosswalk on the south side of the intersection. It does connect to paved trails. I wouldn't really call them sidewalks. And it's not an optimal situation, but it's probably better than building a new crosswalk on the north side where there's nothing for them to connect to, which could give pedestrians a false sense of security if they see the crosswalk. And it would encourage them into, potentially a little more hazardous situation. I do note that the city has its own Poplar Street project, and we will be putting in some improvements on both sides of the highway, and we think in the future we can work with Caltrans to sort that detail out. I think where things kind of get stuck is at the Kelly Avenue intersection. There were a lot of commenters from all walks of life who just don't like that intersection. They complain that there's only one crosswalk on the south side, that we have the so-called pork chop islands, that you have to walk across the right turn lane to get to the island to push the pedestrian signal. The islands aren't very big. When the school kids get out, they overflow into the street, and it's a dangerous situation. And some of the commenters said, just get rid of the pork chop. Caltrans will get into this, but rightfully so. I think they said redesigning the whole intersection is probably beyond the scope of what we can do on this maintenance project due to the funding and that sort of thing. So staff did recommend sort of a compromise condition, which would leave the islands, but include a new pedestrian activation switch on the main curb so people didn't have to walk out into traffic to push the button and then get stuck there. And potentially some other improvements like some visual cues, some flashing lights, or a no turn on red signal when that would be activated when the pedestrian signal's activated. We had a tentative agreement to the staff recommendation at the meeting. We kind of huddled up and went over that. The condition that the Planning Commission ultimately put on us was a little bit of a mishmash. It included the staff recommendation for the new signal switch, but it also said to remove the islands. Caltrans has requested that we delete that condition or modify it. And, here's a couple. I was just down there randomly last week around 3 in the afternoon. The kids are all standing in the middle of the road, playing around with their cell phones. It is really a pretty dangerous situation. So I'm going to sort of put the city council on the spot. I'm giving you sort of 3 conditions that we think should be discussed and considered. First one is the one Caltrans requested. And then the second one would be the one that the Planning Commission wrote. And then the third one would be going back to what the planning staff recommendation was. And so this was Caltrans recommended modification, which would be Caltrans will cooperate with the city to better understand and coordinate on improvements to pedestrian and bicycle safety at Kelly Avenue intersection. It seems like good intent. Staff does note that there may be some enforcement issues with that. It doesn't really have teeth in it. The Planning Commission condition was to reconfigure the intersection to improve pedestrian and bicyclist safety consistent with LUP policy 5-25. And there's 2 subsets: provide a new ADA compliant pedestrian walk signals that can be accessed from the main curb, northeast and southeast corners, and the center median of the highway, and then B, eliminate the pork chop islands. And again, the staff proposal is essentially what we recommended to begin with, which was install the new pedestrian signal switches on the main curbs. And I think we would, at this point, I'm saying evaluate additional improvements such as installing no right turn signs or signals. And I think those are questions for Caltrans to address exactly what's feasible or not. So as far as the recommendations from staff, we think the Carter-Erickson appeal is pretty straightforward. It has its own resolution, direct staff to work with San Mateo County, Caltrans, and the Coastal Commission to improve coastal access parking. There is a separate resolution that deals with everything else, and we've broken that down into the different requests in the Caltrans appeal. And again, to try and reduce some of the complexity, I've lumped some of these together. So we're saying deny the request to delete or modify conditions A1, A2, A7, and A11, and then approve the appeal request to delete condition A10, which requires adding a new crosswalk on the north side of Poplar Street. And we're recommending approve the staff recommended modification to condition A6 to require additional safety improvements to Kelly Avenue, and then approve the project as modified by these conditions that the City Council chooses to move forward with. So I think, at least from a staff position, that's really what the project boils down to at this point. I do note that both appellants are here. They have short presentations. Len Erickson is here to go through their appeal about the loss of parking. And then Caltrans has staff here with a presentation to go through their take on the conditions that I've just discussed. So that concludes my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So if you can ask any clarifying questions of staff, and then it would be time for the appellants.
Clarifying questions from council?
I just want to double check. I was reading this letter from Carlene Foldenauer. She had some maps here, so I just wanted to double check. Your recommendation number 4 that you just showed a second ago. So that addresses the safety conditions and, regarding lighting on Kelly Avenue that were initially agreed to by Caltrans at the April 9th.
That was not to remove the pork chop island, but it was to install for the pedestrian signal a switch that you could get to without crossing the right turn lane.
Right.
Is what we tentatively agreed to.
And then Caltrans indicated that they didn't wish to include those safety enhancements. So number 4 addresses that we would like them to strongly consider those safety enhancements. Also, I think Cabrillo Unified School District was, in favor of those. But that's what number 4 addresses, right? That which Caltrans seemed to agree to, then all decided they didn't want to do that. And let's kind of sort that out and make sure that happens, I would think. But I just want to clarify that those...
I think that's a correct interpretation from the staff view, and I'll let Caltrans dig into the details of why it does or does not work.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any more questions from council members? No more questions.
Then you can go ahead and call up the first appellant. I guess it's up to council discretion which one you want to call first, but I might suggest Caltrans.
May I have, please, Caltrans have the presentation?
I think we have the Carter Erickson appeal first. They have a short presentation.
Okay, it's fine. So let's do the Carter and Erickson appeal first.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to address you. I'm just going to give a few short comments about the project in the Mid-Coast, because the speaker explained it. Basically, there are two separate projects, one approved by the county and the area we refer to as the Mid-Coast, and the other in the city of Half Moon Bay. When these projects came forward, the first one was considered by the Mid-Coast and their planning commission, and they reviewed it. They made very few comments, no comments about parking, etc., and it passed. When it came to the council for your planning commission here, I attended both meetings. The first meeting, they took the first hour to entirely talk about Surfers Beach and the parking there. And the difference was the county's planning commission only has one person who lives on the coast. All of you live on the coast and recognize the problems. So the slide up here shows the area that's really of concern. The whole area itself for the Mid-Coast extends some 4 miles, but this is right at Surfers Beach. That's circled in red. There are a number of parking areas that are highlighted here on the east side of the road. One is a dirt parking lot managed by GCSD. In yellow, you see a parking lot in the Caltrans right-of-way. This is completely off the road and people drive there. You see parked on the highway in red, parking that on a busy day is very popular. This was a very, very popular day. In those two rectangles there were 90 cars parked on the road. And then you also have Obispo, a street parking that's managed by the county. The bottom line here is we wanted to present or protest to the commission that this amount of lost parking, some 150 spaces, is a major loss for access to the beach. There are complications, but we believe it needs to be looked at. I found also when I was looking at your local use plan here, there were sections on this area, Surfers Beach in particular, and one of its germinal statements was, this is a multi-jurisdiction issue to deal with these issues, which is right. When I looked at the local coastal plan for the Mid-Coast, there's no mention of Surfers Beach at all. This partly goes to the fact that 40 years ago, there was actually a lot of beach there, and it was in the city of Half Moon Bay. Now that's all under the water. Those are all the sort of confusing details there. So we consider that really the first action of the Coastal Commission is whether the loss of this much parking needs to be addressed. And then there are any number of agencies that are called in to look at that. Not only your people here, but several different agencies as well, including one, GCSD, that is trying to put a parking lot or take away the parking lot and put a new small one with a different purpose. So those are the kind of issues that are there. We look forward to working with them and just wanted to comment and support. Thanks for your support on this. That's it.
Thank you. Caltrans, for your appeal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and community. My name is Kelly Ma. I'm the Caltrans project manager for this project, and I'd like to thank you for allowing Caltrans to present our project and improvements along Highway 1 on the multi-maintenance roadway rehabilitation project. Going into our presentation outline as shown, we'll go over the project scope, we'll go into the project purpose and need, and then dive into the Caltrans appeal and also response to the Harbor District appeal. This slide shows the overall project limits. This project is 7.3 miles along the coast on Highway 1 from Wavecrest Road to Marine Boulevard, and it goes through San Mateo County and City of Half Moon Bay. Today, we'll primarily be discussing the items within City of Half Moon Bay, which is roughly 3.5 miles along the coast. And it's also the green portion on the slide. Going over the scope of the project, I wanted to highlight a few things. We would repave 7.3 miles of Highway 1 on both northbound and southbound directions for a total of 14.6 miles of new pavement. We'll also convert the existing shoulder to Class 2 bike lanes on Highway 1 in both directions from Marine Boulevard to Wavecrest Road. Again, 14.6 new miles, providing access to the coast to bicyclists. We would also stripe and restripe 47 crosswalks and 4 bus stop improvements, connections to bus stop improvements that have missing sidewalks as we coordinated with Samtrans. We'll also upgrade 20 guardrails to current safety standards, upgrade 3 drainage systems, and upgrade 14 intersection curb ramps to Americans with Disability Act ADA curb ramp standards. We'll also upgrade 9 traffic operation system TOS elements that include loop detectors and also CCTV intersections for traffic monitoring. Going into the project need, why we need this project. This project is initiated as a pavement project, and it is because the paving on Highway 1 is in poor condition overall. And if left untreated, Highway 1 would continue to degrade and provide poor ride quality to users and require frequent and expensive maintenance. In addition, the existing highway elements and facilities in the project are worn out or obsolete, so therefore we'll be replacing those. We also have complete streets improvements, which are also a priority for Caltrans, improvements to pedestrian and bicycle conditions. Going into the project purpose, the solution is to have this maintenance project so that it would require minimal maintenance expenditures in the future, improve ride quality, and of course, drainage improvements, roadway safety, enhanced pedestrian and bicycle access. This project is part of the SHOP program, which is known as the State Highway Operation and Protection Program. And so it's part of a long-term effort where we plan with a 10-year forecast, and then projects are adopted and approved by the California Transportation Commission. And for this project, the CTC, California Transportation Commission, programmed the budget for construction capital for fiscal year 23-24. Therefore, our funding deadline to have the design completed, as well as acquire all the permits, is to request the construction fund allocation is June of 2024. Going into the CDP, as Doug mentioned, there were a few planning commission meetings. There were 2 planning commission meetings, March of 2024 and also April of 2024. Caltrans and Harbor District filed an appeal for April 23rd, and I will pass it off to Dylan Lembecker, who's our environmental planner, to discuss the appeal items.
Thank you, Kelly.
We have a question.
Can I ask you one question?
Oh, do we do questions now?
No, just one question, one clarifying question.
I was just curious, do the bus stop improvements include rain shelters?
They're just sidewalk connections where there's a missing sidewalk to the bus stop.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can they add a rain shelter to it? Can they have rain shelters there? No, because there's no space for them.
That could be a Samtrans.
Yeah, can we, that would be, the project's providing the connection to the existing bus stop
got it.
features that don't have any sidewalks currently. They're basically unpaved dirt areas.
Okay.
And we've been
Great.
coordinating with Samtrans. And if
Got it,
they want to do
thanks.
that, they can. I'm going to continue if that's okay with council.
Continue.
So I'm going to quickly round up some of these. This was the general conditions A2 and A11. The first one there, additional commitments by Caltrans, were requests made by the Bike Coalition to include some crosswalk features and bike lanes. Those were included with the 95% designs that were submitted to the city and were included with the approval. And then the second, which is called highway widening, these are small, relatively small slivers of roadway that the pavement would be added to accommodate Class 2 bike lanes on the roadway. Those were also part of the 95% plans that were included and approved by the project. So these were ones, as Doug noted, we found redundant. They're already done in the 95% plans and completed in condition A1. We're also fine with keeping them in if the city planning staff feels important. We have no issue if they stay in the permit. Caltrans appealing condition A6. This is Kelly Avenue. This one, let me get to my notes here. This condition is based on the consistency with LUP 525, which is at the bottom of your slide there in case you want to reference it. The CDP finding for the approval indicates that section is already met with the project's inclusion of improvements to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and that these elements were included in the 95% plans as well that were submitted with the application. That includes improvements at Kelly Avenue. Including general condition A6 into the CDP would not be required to meet compliance with LUP 525. And Caltrans has also reviewed collision history and traffic operations data at this location. So I want to shortly just go off notes here and say that this LUP 525 is a really great policy. I think I think that we've, in this process, started down the road already. We've been working on this project for 4 years, coordinating with the city, coordinating with stakeholders, coordinating with a lot of folks to make this project work. And we found some new things in this process for the permitting that I think will be really helpful for the future at Kelly Avenue. Staff asked us to look at the data. We looked over the 5 most recent years of collision data, and this is a real quick roundup. It should have been included in the staff report. The summary here is that there were no collisions involving bicycles or pedestrians. We found that there were 8 total vehicle collision incidents. None of those included fatalities. Most were no injury at all. The collision rates found here at Kelly Avenue were substantially less than statewide averages. And again, this is the last 5 years. I know that there was some other data that was included in the staff report as well. The as proposed measures by the project, we believe, would further improve safety at this intersection as well. So I'm going to hand this over to Fitzim, who's one of the Caltrans engineers that was working and leading the design on this project, to discuss Kelly Avenue.
Okay, my name is Fitzim Warreda, and I'm a senior transportation engineer with Department of Transportation, Caltrans. I've been with Caltrans Design for the past 24 years, and I was part of the design team. I'm mainly focused on the Kelly intersection, and the blue boxes you see they've been discussed over the past few meetings before, and then we added the red boxes. The red boxes already were discussed in another meetings. What I want to focus is upon reviewing the recommendation for alternative condition number 6 provided by the city planner on the agenda report. Caltrans conducted internal meeting to address the city's revised condition and enhance pedestrian safety at the crossing between the main curb and the pork chop islands. The response to the revised condition number 6, Caltrans proposes installation of a rectangular flash beacon, which is constantly flashing, which reduces the cars coming into turning and making a right turn. And this flash beacon can be accommodated city's preferred operating hours, like 12 hours, 24 hours, or from Monday to Friday. So these flash beacons will be flashing constantly. And we have the school pedestrian signage. We added a lot of signs. We have 2 street lighting added into that intersection as well. This is the existing condition at Kelly Avenue right now. And this is a simulation after we do this project. We have the bike lanes on the south and northbound. The right lane, we have a stop bar right in front of the crosswalk. And by the way, this yellow painted crosswalks, we already did that project not too long ago, and it's already constructed there. And this is a different view of Kelly Avenue existing condition. and this would be what we're proposing to do. And this is another view, and this would be what proposing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Fitzum. I'm moving on to Caltrans Appeal General Condition 8.7, and I'd actually like to request a little extension of time since we had a little back and forth with Q&A on that. Is that acceptable?
I did stop the timer during that question. Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
gosh. Okay. Well, may I continue or do I need to stop?
This is council prerogative. This is your rule about the 10 minutes, so you would have discretion to increase it. And I also would note that, if the applicant were different than the appellant, they would each get 10 minutes. And here we have an applicant and who is also an appellant. So I think it would be, it's up to you.
You have an extra 5 minutes.
Appreciate it. So this is going to be really quick here. The general condition A7, I think Doug summed up well. The request that we made for this, or the reason we appealed this, was that there was no tie to the Coastal Act policies or land use policies in this condition in the permit. So we saw it as a sort of novel condition that we haven't seen before in other projects, and we didn't see it tied to anything. So our request was to ask for it to be removed. Next slide. Oh, I'm in control of that. This is condition A10. This is the popular condition. I believe that Doug summed this up well as well. Again, this one we didn't see tied to any land use policy or Coastal Act policies for the coastal development permit. And we agree with the strikeout that the staff has recommended in the revised coastal development permit. And then the Harbor District Appeal, this one I think that is also already covered well in the existing CDP that was already issued. Essentially, it defaults to what the Coastal Commission and San Mateo County determined for parking of that area. I think that the permit as issued handles that well in falling back on that decision. And I'll leave it at that since I'm going quickly here. This one is just a quick map to show there was a question during the Planning Commission about where jurisdictions lie in this area, and it is a bit of a complex tapestry. So we just put this up to show exactly where the Half Moon Bay Jurisdiction Authority lies and where the unincorporated San Mateo County jurisdiction lies for their CDP. As you can see, it runs right down the middle of Highway 1 near Sam's Chowder's House and Cervers Beach, and then tapers off in towards the Pacific Ocean there. It really runs down the middle of the road, where it looks like it runs down the middle of the road. And in closing, I want to jump back to one item really quickly, which was the suggested revisions for the Kelly Avenue intersection that Doug had put into his revised permit. And I think that Caltrans finds that those conditions as revised and presented in his staff report would be acceptable to the project team. And I didn't catch that earlier, so I wanted to state it now, and I'm going to hand it to Kelly.
In conclusion, we'd like to thank you, for, and our project team and subject matters are online and here to answer any questions. It takes a lot of time and effort, and I want to thank the team for all their hard work and, for you guys to listen to our presentation as well. We would like to work with the stakeholders, City of Half Moon Bay, to deliver this project on time and commit to our promise to better the conditions of the pavement on Highway 1, as well as incorporate the ADA, curb ramps, guardrails, traffic management systems, complete streets elements on Highway 1 in this routine maintenance project. The heart of the project is a paving project, and we would like to find a way to move forward with that. And as Dylan was just mentioning, we looked at the staff report that just came out this weekend. We were trying to accommodate all these items, and we were able to add the Kelly Ave rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and we agree with the staff's proposal on the coastal development permit in their staff recommendation. So that's how we want to proceed with the project and hopefully work with the city on building this project. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions? Councilmember Robert?
Looks like a worthy project. The Silicon Valley Bike Coalition raised the question of why aren't the bike lanes protected bike lanes? Assuming that that's kind of a policy of Caltrans and high-speed areas, I'm just wondering, why not buffered or separated bike lanes?
Yes, and I can answer that question. If we do have a vertical type of separation on Highway 1 between the bike lane and the roadway, that also deters people from, in emergency instances, to pull to the shoulder. There would be no shoulder to pull to in that case. There would be some type of vertical separation, and that is why there is no vertical separation in this case for Highway 1.
But isn't it Caltrans policy to do that, though, in high-speed areas? Like, what makes this area different?
I think it's
understand.
recommended. And then I also have my bike and ped online as well. I'm not sure if they can discuss that.
What is the name? And I can give them
Greg
permission.
Curry? Yes.
Greg, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a great point that you bring up. I would say it is not exactly Caltrans policy to include vertical separation for bikeways at this speed. It is considered a best practice, but we have to weigh that against what is in this case a design standard. So the design standard is to have a shoulder without a vertical element in it along the highway. And so that's just not something that this project is able to do at this stage.
Yeah. Ideally, if you have the width, you know, you have the roadway, a shoulder, and some type of vertical separation, and then a bike path.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. My next question is, so what is the policy on removing the pork chop islands?
Yeah, and I can go into that. I had some comments about that. I didn't know if I would have time for it. So the pork chop islands, I guess right now there is no evidence that it would be safer or it would improve this intersection. So I don't want to just put in the condition and we haven't done the studies. Mm-hmm. You know, we're engineers, we're planners, our design is based off data and statistics. And so what we have done in this project, and after hearing the public's comments and working with the city, we proposed advanced signage for cars to slow down on Highway 1. We have school pedestrian walking signs with that flashing beacons that we're now proposing to alert vehicles to slow down. And then we also have the crosswalks, the yellow crosswalks. We actually were able to do it a few days ago on Kelly Ave. We had a project within the vicinity and we wanted to do it as soon as possible. So we striped the crosswalks at Kelly Ave to be yellow. They are yellow now. And we are, as part of this project, we'll be adding additional overhead lighting to increase nighttime visibility. Again, the suggested improvements are all based off traffic safety data and studies that we have done for the Kelly Ave intersection. And so, you know, I guess the question was also, what would you need to do to remove the pork chops? And I wanted to provide that. And so some background on that. Assessing the removal of the pork chop would include traffic counts, traffic studies, complete reconfiguration of the intersection, including realigning the roadway, the bikeway, crosswalks, ADA-compliant curb ramps, relocating the signal lights that are currently on the pork chops and the push buttons, drainage improvements, and we would have to assess for any potential right-of-way impacts. There are some adjacent property owners, so we want to make sure we wouldn't impact them as well. And that effort would take minimum 1 to 2 years. That's why we are trying to say we want to make these improvements we have on the project more short-term with this project, and potentially in the future we could work with the city on some type of improvement to, you know, potentially remove the pork chops. And I did want to also mention sight distance as well. We have to make sure cars can see the pedestrians. If you just remove the pork chops right now, you really can't see the pedestrians on the southeast corner if you're going northbound. They're hidden by some bushes right now. And so you would really have to reconfigure it, push out that curb ramp, want to make sure that we don't affect that property owner on the corner, the southeast corner, but also, again, all those studies that we mentioned would have to be completed before we remove any pork chops.
Thank you for that. So just two short questions. So the thing that strikes me repeatedly driving on Highway 1 through the central city area is the speed of the traffic. Is it possible to reduce traffic speeds, charted traffic speeds in the area, say from Main Street to South Main Street on Highway 1? It seems to me that I think it's needed, some tool to slow traffic down. I don't know what it would be, but is that something that's allowed, is to reduce traffic speeds?
So what we're trying to do here, like at Kelly Ave, is implement these items that would slow traffic down. And if you're talking about a formal type of change to the speed limit, Caltrans will typically do a speed study and evaluate what the current speeds are, if they match the current speed limit, and then go from there.
Okay. And then you mentioned that this is a SHOP project, SHOPP. What makes a SHOP project a SHOP project?
It's part of, they call it the Fix It First. So basically it's maintenance projects, rehabilitation projects. So this falls under pavement rehabilitation. That's how the project was initiated. So the project was initiated as a pavement rehab job, and I want to, go into that or emphasize that that is the purpose and need of this project, which is making sure the pavement and the rideability of Highway 1 is maintained so that there are no future potholes or emergency instances, and that we have a new pavement for Highway 1. All the other elements that we're adding to the project, like the traffic operations, the ADA curb ramps, those are what we call satellite assets, and those are added to the project, so that we don't have to come in so many times as well.
Thank you for your responses. Very detailed and thorough. You know your stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I'm confused. Are you proposing that you will or will not move the pedestrian signals at Kelly?
The signals will remain as is, but we will add an additional, let me show you the photo. We will add an additional rectangular rapid flashing beacon.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the push buttons that pedestrians push, which you originally agreed to moving to a safer location. Are you now reneging on that decision to move those push buttons?
No, I think we are actually suggesting a better solution. These rectangular rapid flashing beacons will be on, they can be on 24/7 if we would like. And that will alert drivers all the time that this is a crosswalk. This is where people will cross. And it can also be adjusted and programmed for different times if that's the city's preference. But I want to put it out there that this can flash 24/7.
But what makes, I'm more confused than ever now. Somebody wants to cross Highway 1. How does the flashing beacon is there, and the drivers are just expected not to hit the person, or what? I don't understand.
Yes, and I can let my traffic safety, his name is Rick Young, could go into the details of the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, but those are to alert the driver that there are pedestrians crossing at this crosswalk. And then I can let Rick add more information if he would like.
Staff can probably address after the presentation, too.
Okay, Rick,
Our staff can probably address.
Okay, if somebody can explain to me what you're proposing, I'd appreciate that.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So like Kelly has said, what we're trying to do is to provide a way to alert drivers that there are pedestrian activities at this crossing, essentially provide better communication between the pedestrians and the drivers approaching the intersection. That's what those flashing beacons are designed to do.
I may be slow, so give me a break here. The beacons are flashing all the time or only when pedestrians are in the walkway? And if that's the case, how do the beacons know that pedestrians are in the walkway?
So these flashing beacons are from the walkway to the pork chops, not to the main Highway 1. The push button flashing beacon at crossing the Highway 1 is still there. These flashing beacons are for the cars turning right on that slip right lane. They're turning right without restriction. So these two flashing beacons are flashing constantly so they can slow down when pedestrians crossing to the pork chop, to get to the pork chop.
But you still have the location of the push button.
Yes.
In the wrong place.
No, that's for the main Highway 1, to cross it across Highway 1. But this, we don't have a push button flashing beacon. These are flashing beacon constantly flashing for the
all
red
right,
light.
I finally figured that out. But my original question then has to do with the location of the pedestrian push buttons, which you originally agreed to move to a safer location than on the pork chops. And now it appears that you have decided not to do that. Am I right or wrong?
You are right. You are right. We decided not to put the push flashing beacon. I think Rick can explain why. It's a Caltrans policy not to have that at the same time. It's confusing for the cars if you have that flashing beacon and the green light is on for the main Highway 1, and this flashing beacon for the right turn is making them stop. The cars can get confused. Since the green light is on, they think it's a free right turn.
I apologize for being
Rick can
so.
maybe explain it to you.
Maybe somebody
Yeah,
could.
maybe I can add something to that. So as you can see in this picture here, if you just look at that right turn movement,
right,
you notice there are no traffic signal on that side. So adding a push button all by itself doesn't really do much for the road users. If you're going to add a push button, we will be talking about a much more full upgrade of the traffic signal system. And I think as we have mentioned for this project, there are some limitations as to, regarding the funding, regarding the type of work we can include. So that's why we decided not to add the push button on the far right side of this picture, because frankly, just adding a push button by itself doesn't really clarify or doesn't really improve safety for the road users.
I beg to differ. I'm not a traffic engineer, but correct me if I'm wrong, but is the city's recommendation that we do require Caltrans to install those push-button locations? Could somebody help me out there?
Yes, this is Doug Garrison.
I can't hear you.
Yes, this is Doug Garrison. That was our recommendation, the safety justification being that people don't have to run out into traffic across the right turn lane to push the signal button. If they could push it from the main curb, they could wait there. They wouldn't have to crowd out onto the island like we've shown in the photos where the school kids are spilling out into the traffic lanes because they don't fit there. Now that signal button would be tied to the actual traffic light, the signal, and the pedestrian walk, don't walk. And it seems to us that would be an improvement. Adding the flashing beacons would also help. We've asked for some visual cues like flashing lights or a no turn on red. So yeah, that was the city's position.
So I'm in agreement with that
If I could just add one thing. So if you look at this picture here, look at the far right side where that right turn is, there is no traffic signal facing that right turn movement. That's why the push button doesn't really make sense, because pedestrian crossing that little short distance to that island is not really controlled by the traffic signal. So giving them access to a push button there seems to be providing, what I would call somewhat confusing message.
I'd like to, can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I'm hearing two things here. And I appreciate who's speaking on the, Ray?
Rick,
Rick, yeah, Rick, I appreciate.
Caltrans.
And Rick, I appreciate your candor, because what I heard was that you were not installing these signals on the main curbs because that would involve a more expensive upgrade to the lighting system. I think I heard you correctly on that. So I just want to be clear that you're saying that Caltrans saying that instead of putting in, I mean, I'm just saying this is what people are hearing, that instead of putting in a potentially safer situation, especially for school students who might not always be paying as much attention, and having those signals on the curb safely, that's more expensive. And as for that right-hand turn, the suggestion that I read was that that activating those signals would also activate a right turn, a no right turn signal when the pedestrian signal is activated for that right turn. And I realize that would be adding another light. Right, but compared to this constant flashing light, which will slow traffic, but not necessarily stop it, it doesn't seem like the safest solution. And for some reason, it says, you know, that was originally agreed to, that recommendation for on April 9th. And then it sounds like Caltrain, if I'm hearing correctly, took another look and said, well, that's just too expensive to do that signal redesign. I don't know how much more expensive that is, but you know, you cited statistics also about no deaths and accidents, and that's good. It doesn't tell us how many near misses there were, but it seems like, I guess we're really asking, can you reconsider and put the safer solution in, even though it might be more expensive, to make sure that there's less risks of fatalities and accidents and confusion? Because somehow I just feel like that big flashing light you're talking about could add more confusion. And
Mayor,
I don't know what it's helping or not. So what do you mean, Major?
Yeah.
Through the mayor, I did just want to mention we do still have more public speakers, and so we've heard from the appellants, but we haven't heard yet from the public, and the conversation was getting a little bit into discussion, and so I wanted to just flag that we've got a few folks ready to speak.
Thank you for clarifying, Catherine.
Could I just also add a note? The
Yes, please
items
go
that
ahead.
I mentioned earlier for pork chop removal, they are very similar for adding a push button there. We would have to do the traffic study. Because you are restricting the movement of the right turn lane, you also have to do the traffic studies that I mentioned, traffic counts and such. And again, that takes the 1 to 2 years. That's what Rick is mentioning as the risk to the funding.
Good. Actually, talking about timing question, so how long is this project going to take?
Sorry, say that again?
How long is the project going to take?
How long is the project? Roughly 300 working days.
Pretty much a year. Close, yeah, 10 months.
That'd be a year and a half.
A year and a half.
Year and a half?
Yeah, that would be a year and a half. Working days.
So that pretty much is going to give you enough time to figure out if the pork chops could be removed, correct?
During construction?
Well, if we think about removing the pork chops, it takes how long will it take you to figure it out that you can remove the pork chops?
1 to 2 years. And that's also just doing the studies. We have to do like QA, QC, quality review. We have a lot of different reviews before it goes through, before it can actually be included in the project.
What are these studies? And why are they necessary? When it seems pretty straightforward and obvious that the safest thing that you can do is to get rid of the pork chops. There's no reason for a study here. This is crazy.
Right, as I mentioned, we don't know if it's safer. That's why we need to do the studies. We base it off data and statistic and studies. So that's what we would do as Caltrans, part of our policy and procedures. That's what we do for any project that moves forward.
Thank you. One more question. Poplar Street, would there be any signage about school on Poplar? Is that how far is it supposed to be from a school? Do you have any signage? Because we have it's right in the middle of two schools. We have an elementary school on the west side of the highway, pretty much in northwest from Poplar, and there's also another elementary school southeast of the intersection of Poplar Street. Will you be able to mark that as a school crossing?
So the existing crosswalk?
Yes. Because I haven't seen any signage about school crossing on.
Because I will let Rick answer that from traffic safety. Rick, if you're available to answer, if we can add some school sign. It does depend on, how close the school is, and we can assess that. If it is a short-term possibility, we could add that to the project.
Yeah, so I was going to say we need to take a look at the distance from the nearest school. I do notice currently it is white, but we can take a look at it. Like Cali, I think we changed it to yellow because we saw how close the school is located to that crosswalk. We can take a look at Poplar. If it has to be yellow, we can make it yellow.
And additional signage if needed.
Absolutely. Well, Poplar is a signalized? Yes, it's signalized intersection.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if we need to add some advanced signage for the school, we can do that. But let us take a look at how close is the intersection to the nearby school.
Please do check. That's a pretty busy intersection, and we do have students on both sides of the highway that cross the highway.
Definitely. We can do that.
No more questions. Move on to our public comment. Len Erickson.
Mayor Jimenez, I believe that was one of the appellants that went first.
Our Julie Gapta. I'm sorry if I chopped your name.
Thank you so much, and no problem at all. It's not an easy name to say. A question a little bit last minute. Do you happen to have the public comments, and would it be possible for you to pull up a link in my written comments? I don't know if that's possible or feasible.
I don't think we can.
I could have somebody else go next if you want to figure it out. But specifically, I linked a diagram from a national planning organization called the National Association of City Transportation Officials that shows a best practice for what an intersection like this might be today and what it should turn into. And I would love to be able to show that for everybody, because I really think it illustrates what we're all hoping for. I don't know if it's possible to pull that up. I can give my time to somebody else while we figure it out.
Mr. Mayor, let's take the next public comment and we'll see if it's something we have access and decide if that's something we can pull up.
Will do. Thank you. Paul? Nagging gas?
Remove the pork chops, you don't have all this. Anyway, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Paul Nagingas, and I'm a retired former Deputy City Manager, which I had engineering and other duties for the city of Half Moon Bay. As the city engineer for the city, I was involved in the process to remove the raised island pork chops for the western half of the intersection of Kelly. And it did not take us 1 to 2 years to do that. We also removed a pork chop at the northeast corner of Highway 192 and the northwest corner of Main Street in 92. 20 years ago, the city and Caltrans agreed to remove 4 pork chops at 3 separate signalized intersections in the city. I did provide a letter to the City Council that I hope you've all had a chance to read. In summary, the current configuration of the Kelly Avenue Highway 1 intersection began as a result of a death of a child that was ripped out of a mother's arms, in the crosswalk at Kelly Avenue and Pilarcitos Avenue. It was very heart-wrenching, and it meant a lot to me as the city engineer. It made me realize crosswalks are just paint on the roadway, and I see all this paint here again. And it made me realize it's just paint, and as city engineers, we can do more, we can do better for public safety. Roadway safety to prevent further pedestrian automobile conflicts was initiated. And that's why stop bars are placed prior to crosswalks and were implemented. And we looked at other things when we saw school children just standing on these pork chops in the middle of the road as targets for automobiles. In the current staff report, the appeal states that Caltrans understands and acknowledges the comments provided by the public about safety concerns, but does not believe removing the pork chops would effectively improve safety for pedestrians or cyclists, and that Caltrans will cooperate with the city to better understand and coordinate on improvements to pedestrian and bicycle safety at the Kelly Avenue intersection. This is kind of insulting when Caltrans' own design criteria that I've provided to you indicates reasons why you do not want pork chops at signalized intersections and to remove at existing intersections due to compromised evacuation routes, which we have 2 here, high speeds and conflicts with the free flow right turn lanes, and the turning traffic failing to yield to pedestrians crossing the pork chops, period. With or without the various multi-residential housing projects, which may or may not be approved, the existing conditions should be addressed and remove the final 2 pork chops in the city on this busy pedestrian corridor. I've always believed if there's a will, it is imperative we find a way. Again, it took us, I request I have just a little bit of time. I'm wrapping up.
Yeah, go ahead.
If there's a will, we must find a way. It did not take us 1 to 2 years. I thought that was a great question asking about how long the project would be. Perhaps you could have it concluded. But in conclusion, the city and Caltrans had agreed to remove 4 pork chop islands at 3 separate signalized intersections to improve safety. I hope City Council can find a way to finish what was started 20 years ago and remove the final 2 pork chops at this intersection. I thank you, and I apologize a little bit there, but I thank you for listening, and hopefully you read what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Mayor, we're pulling up the diagram. Is this our final public speaker other than online?
Yes, this would be the final one.
I would just suggest when we finish public comment, before we move back into questions and deliberation, to allow our Public Works Director, Maz, to talk a little bit more about that intersection. I had a few questions. He clarified it very quickly, and I think he could help with a better understanding of the current situation.
We will do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank all of you for taking the time to really consider public safety. And my overall comment to everyone here is that we should not make a decision on this appeal until we feel that we've reached the best possible outcome for public safety and pedestrian safety. And to all of you at Caltrans, I would offer a tour with my 3-year-old on a scooter so that you can understand what these intersections mean. As a mother, I hold hands and hope when I go across the street, and I don't think that that's the way it should be. And so regarding the Kelly Avenue intersection, I want to say 2 things. One, our school district commissioned a traffic study in 2013, 11 years ago, that has not been used, that makes the recommendations of removing the pork chops, and I want to know whether Caltrans has seen that study, because that might speed up this process. The second thing is that I would love, so this is from a National Association of Transportation Planners. You can see the before picture, which is what we have today, and if you click on the after picture, that's exactly what we all want. So I know that there is a vision. I mean, you have the beacon signals in exactly the right places, you have proper medians and pedestrian refuge islands, and I think that's what we want for Kelly Avenue. Something that we haven't talked about on Kelly Avenue is the channelized right turn lane, which is currently on a road that goes 40 miles per hour, which in my research is the fastest speed that's recommended for one of those channelized right turn lanes. Interestingly, I drove north on Highway 1 from before Poplar in, and each of the speed limit signs, the one going from 50 to 40, and also the school speed limit sign, is completely obscured by a sign about beach access. So if we're wondering why people come racing through there, that's probably why. I know we're limited on time. I do want to say that for the Poplar intersection, respectfully, if a kid is coming from south of downtown and they're going to Hatch, they need that northern crossing. So I do think we owe it to ourselves to take just a little bit more time to understand this process, understand how Caltrans prioritizes and funds this project, to understand whether there might be funds available for some of these tricky items, like if we put what we do at the end of the crosswalk, is there a way to get some bridge funds to have a sidewalk there? And I would also say that the pictures of school kids we've been looking at are pictures of middle school students in the afternoon, and if you take those pictures at 8 o'clock in the morning, you're going to be seeing elementary school students and even preschoolers hanging off of those islands, which is really not what anyone wants. So I thank you all for really getting to the bottom of this before we make a final decision, because I think our kids deserve better, our seniors deserve better, our community members with mobility challenges deserve better.
Thank you. We have Carlene.
Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I'm Carlene Foldenauer. I'm a Coastside resident. I'm the Safe Routes to School coordinator for the San Mateo County Coastside, and I'm also on the Half Moon Bay BPAC. I support the Caltrans Highway 1 project, but I also urge you to address some really important safety concerns, many of which, or I think probably all of which we have already talked about, either as part of this project, preferably, or separately. I just wanted to say that back in 2023, the Half Moon Bay BPAC had requested that Caltrans come to a meeting and share this project with us so that we could understand what was included in that. And as I understand it, it was denied. And so what we received was a one-page overview that showed us the proposed bike and pedestrian improvements. And the city staff reviewed that one-pager with us. So after reviewing the one-pager from Caltrans, Cabrillo Unified School District provided a letter to Caltrans with a list of things that are needed and have been needed along Highway 1 in Half Moon Bay. COSIDE on Bikes submitted a letter, and the BPAC also submitted a letter. From that, well, of course, included was Highway 1 and Cali Avenue, number 1, the Poplar Crossing, the North Side Crossing, and others. Caltrans did agree to the yellow high visibility crosswalks, which I guess were already implemented at Cali and Highway 1. They also committed to Highway 1 and Main Street yellow crossings because that's right at the high school. So I hope that happened or will happen. And now we're asking for Poplar, which makes sense because we have Seacrest and we have the back of Hatch, which is super close. And they also had confirmed with us that the project would include stop lines and crosswalks on all streets that the current multimodal trail crosses over. And most of our other requests were denied. So my 3 major concerns along Highway 1 and Half Moon Bay, and this was all written in the letter from the superintendent from Cabrillo Unified School District. The first one, Highway 1 in Cali, which we've been hearing about for over 20 years. There are 5+ schools that are less than a 1/3 mile from this intersection. Hatch, Cunha, Los Listos Preschool, Pilarcitos High School, La Costa Adult School, and Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, which I believe is a new school. So that's 6, I believe. This area is a hub for the city with the Boys and Girls Club Event Center, the Ted Adcock Community Center, the Farmers Market, the COSIDE House, and Abundant Grace. All right there. The library, ALA, City Hall, downtown, the beach, the coastal trail, all within walking distance of Cali and Highway 1. This is a high-growth area with 2 proposed affordable housing projects right there, Cali Avenue and the school district. Pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure will have to be upgraded there for these to happen, especially if there's limited parking in those affordable housing units. We're talking about, the best practices is the kind of stuff that we need. Number 2 was the need for the crosswalk on Highway 1 at Poplar. In November of 2023, we had a presentation from a concerned parent about this, and anybody who's going to Hatch, I'll speak for Hatch because, I work with Cabrillo Unified, is that you have to cross Poplar twice in order to get to a safe place to walk to the back of Hatch.
Can you please wrap it up?
Wrap it up?
Yes, thank you.
So bottom line, so the last thing was that there's a connection between Highway 1 and 92 that isn't made along, between Kelly and 92 along Highway 1 that I would like the city to consider in the future. It was not part of the conditions. So at the very least, along with the improvements that Caltrans already showed on their map, I would like to see those push buttons, signal activation switches on the main curb so pedestrians and bicyclists don't have to cross the right turn lane to push the button, along with a no turn signal when the pedestrian signal is activated. And as I thought that was agreed to, so that would be the very least. And if we go with the very least, we'll still have to look into the future at those best practices. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Jimenez, we have one online speaker. Marin, go ahead.
Good evening, council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Marin Holt, and I'm the co-founder of COSIDE on Bikes, a nonprofit dedicated to improving bike access and trail connectivity on the COSIDE. How many of us have passed through the Kelly and 1 intersection just today, whether by car, by bike, or on foot? I see Harvey raising his hands. I'm sure all of us have. How many of you or people in our community have children who must cross this intersection on a daily basis? My 2 children have both walked across this intersection just today. I think we can all agree that this intersection is a central thoroughfare for our community and that those who will the use will only increase in volume in the near future. I think we can also agree that the intersection is not as safe as it could be. That said, I believe the proposed Caltrans maintenance project is the first step in making necessary upgrades for this key intersection and many other areas of concern for pedestrians and cyclists along Highway 1. While we might not love every detail, we still urge the council to approve permits for the project because of our concern that requesting a major rework of the project at this late hour has the potential to prohibitively increase the cost or worse, substantially delay this project. We must not let perfect be the enemy of the good. Because the Caltrans project is a maintenance project and adding further safety upgrades at Kelly is outside its scope, we instead ask that the council direct staff to include Kelly safety upgrades in the South Corridor study. Ideally, we would like to see a project here put on the fast track for completion as the risk of serious physical harm for pedestrians and cyclists remains very significant. You have the opportunity to address this concern in a separate project, and it's our hope you will do so. Overall, we're excited and encouraged by the Caltrans maintenance project and look forward to its many satellite assets, such as painted crossings and signage for the Naomi Patridge Trail at Arleta Park Street intersections, contiguous bike lanes along the Highway 1 corridor, yellow high visibility crosswalks, ADA compliance, complete streets elements, and additional school signage at Kelly and 1. We believe this project moves things in the right direction of making the coast side more community, more bike and pedestrian friendly, and urge the council to take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other speakers online at this time.
It looks like Maz is prepared to get up and speak again. I had some questions while we were waiting, and I think he provided a pretty clear explanation of the current situation and options. Thanks, Maz.
Thank you, everyone. So yeah, I've been speaking with Caltrans on this project and other coordination on the highway system. With specifically to the Kelly and Highway 1 intersection, the discussion was originally, there's been a lot of options. We have the 2013 study that talked about the removal of the pork chops. That was obviously something that was on the table. Tonight I think you've heard from Caltrans as far as their concerns with regards to the scope of the project, and so I won't go into that into more detail. Ultimately, that is the solution to improve the safety of this intersection. What we have tonight is an interim measure essentially, which would be to add a secondary phase for those minor legs from the corners to the pork chops. And so originally it was, in my mind, I was thinking from my engineering perspective would be to add a push button that would get you to the pork chop. It's challenging to move the push button to this corner with the pork chop. That configuration is very awkward because when you get to the pork chop, which way are you crossing? Are you going north? From that angle, for example, if you're going from the south end, if you cross to the pork chop and you press the button there, are you going to be going north to cross Kelly, or are you going west to cross Highway 1? And so I understand where that configuration is a little bit awkward. And so where Caltrans is coming in now is instead of doing a push button approach, they're talking about having flashing beacons on a sensor. And so that's one interim measure that could be timed, for example, during morning commute hours and afternoon pickup hours, so that when children are most likely to be present, that those beacons are flashing to let folks know when they're making that turning movement, that there's a potential for somebody to be crossing. It does not take care of the bigger concern, which I think we've talked about quite a bit at this meeting. But what's being proposed is a interim safety improvement that is being proposed. Ultimately, I think we would be looking at Caltrans and the state and potentially the feds to fund a larger project. I think that would really reconfigure this intersection and transform it to what it should be. So that was the original thought, that maybe having that that short distance from the corner to the pork chops gets some protection, at least on the interim, with the additional signage, with the additional striping, with some sort of a signalized flashing beacon, at least in the interim. And then ultimate solution is reconfiguration and relocation of a lot of those elements. That was kind of the concept.
Just one quick question, clarification question. The flashing beacon on the sensor, is the sensor sensing cars coming or people, pedestrians walking?
Timing. It would be timed,
Would be
based
on-
on my understanding from Caltrans, correct? We're talking about just the flashing beacons. It's just it's constantly flashing, and it's programmable so you can change it to be certain hours.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yeah, I don't have a question for Maz. I have some comments. Thank you, Maz. We are not talking about sensible Caltrans employees or city council members. We are talking about children. If there's a pork chop, no matter what you do with flashing lights, painting things yellow, green, red, whatever you want to paint them, kids don't see that. They see the pork chop. They see they're a little bit closer to getting across that street. In terms of Caltrans needing to do studies before they can move pork chops, one picture is worth 1,000 studies. And that picture was the one that we saw tonight, with the kids standing on Highway 1 because there wasn't enough room on the pork chop, which they are going to continue to use no matter what you do. This whole discussion about having to do studies is insane. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I have a bunch of comments. First of all, I'm glad that Caltrans is really dealing with issues like potholes and widening when necessary. I'm certainly in favor of the bike lanes that are on right now going to be on both sides of Highway 1, making a contiguous bike trail. I think that makes a lot of sense with our emphasis on bikes and ped. The safety issues that have been brought up tonight are definitely there. I'll say a bunch of other safety issues. There's so many, and it would take so long to implement them. And Caltrans is ready to bid out this project. And I agree with Marin that we should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I would like the city to consider, and they are, improvements at the intersection, the Kelly Avenue intersection. We need crosswalks on both sides, the north and south side. We need to reconfigure get rid of the pork chops. We need better signage. Poplar Avenue is, right now, if you put a crosswalk on the north side, it would go nowhere. So we need to have the Poplar Complete Streets project underway before we start worrying about safety there, and it's definitely an issue. The intersection at Redondo Beach Road we've talked about, that's another thing that needs to be addressed. So I think that we should put together a comprehensive safety program for all the intersections on Highway 1 within the city limits. It's not going to be cheap. We're going to need to get some grants from CTC, somebody, in the not too distant future. But I think if we require Caltrans to do the right thing, frankly, we're just delaying stuff that needs to get done as soon as possible. So I'm in favor of all the staff recommendations that have been elucidated tonight. I'm not thrilled by the flashing beacons, but if that's what they want to put, okay. It's a shame that they're not willing to relocate the push button and put it in a safer place. They agreed to it initially. Apparently, they've withdrawn that. I have to accept that. So that's where I'm coming from. I basically agree with all the staff recommendations and would move to get that implemented. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I agree with Harvey and Marin Holt, one of our speakers, about moving forward with the staff recommendation tonight. It is a pavement project, and a lot of the stuff we're talking about is outside the scope. I mean, it's outside the scope of the contract. And I think we need to move forward with something that's 97%, great in terms of improvements, safety improvements, aesthetic improvements, et cetera, functional improvements. So I'd like us to move ahead. I do agree that I'd like to see us do focused study work on the intersection of Kelly Avenue and 1. I loved the illustration of the ideal intersection that, and Julie showed us tonight, with the sort of bulb out approach and the sort of a road diet in a way to slow down the traffic. I'd like to see something like that. But, it's a main coastal access. It's access to downtown. It should be first rate instead of janky, and it's janky right now. So we should be prioritizing improvements to our coastal access ways. Kelly first and then Poplar because of the connections to schools and downtown, et cetera. So lots of work remains to be done. I agree with Harvey. We need to make it safer and more functional. But I think we have to move forward tonight. So I'm accepting the staff recommendation. I'm wondering whether we need to modify the staff recommendation to deal with the button issue.
I had the same question. I think that's the answer is for now we are modifying the recommended condition to delete that requirement to move the push button over to the main curb, and we would add that it will now include flashing beacons, and would probably have to wordsmith it a little bit. But those are, as I understand it, those are the parameters.
Do we need a break to do that?
I think staff can just do that. The condition would be essentially identifying, the things that weren't included before, the flashing beacons. There are some additional school crossing signs that weren't included, noting that those are all part of the project now. And I think at this point we would be deleting the part about moving the signal button.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, first I want to say this was actually a really good conversation because it kind of focuses us and the community on what we really want. I wasn't expecting, miracles in terms of what Caltrans can or can't do. It is a paving project. And that said, I think when it really does focus our thinking about the next project, I also think that, again, to be practical, we're Mayor and I are on the Finance Committee. We know what finances are looking like, and frankly, state budgets are in huge danger. So trying to delay stuff, hoping that we do a traffic, whatever, the chance that money might even be available 2 years from now, because you're competing with the entire state, and projects, I'd say, yes, we definitely should move forward with this. I hope that flashing beacon makes a difference. Be interesting. And yes, we should definitely move forward. It would be great to have some nicely new paved roads. We need that. We need new lines. We need new markings painted. And so I appreciate that we'll be moving forward. We now know that's an 18-month project. So a lot of good information came out of this. And I appreciate input from the public and Caltrans staying late and being here and answering all our questions. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm not convinced. I'm really into public safety, especially after what happened last year in our community. Something that we never thought it was going to happen. It happened. So right now, public safety is always in my mind. I'm an avid bicycle rider. I do not ride on the highway because of safety. I don't feel safe riding on the side of the highway because of the speeds. I'm always walking around. I cross Kelly Avenue pretty much every day. And even before I cross the section with a pork shop, I always stop. Always check before, check to my right, check to my left, depends which direction I'm going. And I'm not convinced that the flashing lights are going to be actually a safe addition to it. I'm not. When we talk about children, elementary school age, crossing the highway, who's paying attention? I've seen parents that take their children to school and they still have a baby on a stroller. They don't feel safe. I see them stressing every time they cross from the sidewalk to the pork shop. And there is not enough space if you have a stroller to stand at the pork shop. It's not big enough, especially there's other students crossing. So to me, that's a big concern. You know what the pork shop does? It's a false sense of safety. That's how I see it. I saw the picture, and we were talking about middle school age students. Yes, last year, there is a bus route. They used to drop off the elementary school students on Kelly and Church Street, and they had to walk across Highway 1, elementary students. So that's, like I said, the pork shop is a false sense of safety that we think we're going to keep us safe. Safe from what? Especially right now with the high speeds that we hit on the highway, even though it's 40 miles per hour. I don't know how many cars actually stay to 40. I mean, they'll be good to understand that. For now, I think it's a Band-Aid to get those flashlights, available. But for the future, I would like to look into removing those pork shops and make it safe. The images that we got to see about the before and after, from Julie, that's what I want to see. Kelly and Highway 1, the intersection, there's a lot of traffic. Our local community, we are actually talking about biking and walking, in our coast. So that is happening. But we are getting more traffic on the weekends. We are getting more traffic during the week. Now that COVID, people are actually going back to work. So I'm actually not convinced, that leaving those pork shops is what I want to do. So let's use the Band-Aid for now with the flashing lights. But, I would like to move actually as fast as possible, for the safety of the community. It's we don't want to see a tragedy. I know Paul mentioned something that happened 10 years ago, right down the street, on Kelly Avenue. Elementary school student, 4th grade, lost her life right there at the intersection. And I'm going to tell you, I don't want that to happen, to any parent, where they get to lose a child, crossing an intersection, going to school, coming back from school. going to the beach, riding their bicycle, kids on a scooter. You ever watch videos about little kids riding on scooters, how they don't pay attention? They just keep on going? I do, because I'm worried. I'm worried about their safety. I'm driving and I see them, at the sidewalk, and I see the parents, a few steps behind them, and I get tense, like, don't cross. And they're not my kids, but I still feel tense because of their safety. So what can Caltrans do for the city of Half Moon Bay for children to remove those pork chops? How fast can you move? How fast can you do your study to make sure parents feel that their children are going to be protected as they cross Highway 1 at Highway 1 in Kelly? Because that's what the direction I'm heading. So for now, like I say, I'll take the Band-Aids because, we need them. I saw today, actually, the first time that I saw the yellow lines on Highway 1 and that's new. It's still pretty new. I don't think there is any dirt on it. Exactly. So, but I would like to see also the same thing at Poplar and in Highway 1. I think we need them 3 blocks away. Those two schools are 3 blocks away from the intersection. Everything else I agree with. I will continue not to ride my bicycle on the highway. Not me. Somebody else can do that. I'll take the trails. What do you need from us?
We just need a motion.
I move to accept staff recommendations about the 2 appeals, the Caltrans appeal and the Carter Erickson appeal, the Planning Commission decision to approve the Caltrans SR1 multi-asset maintenance project subject to additional conditions of approval, and remove the condition that Caltrans is required to move the push-button pedestrians signals at Highway 1 and Kelly Avenue.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarback?
Yes.
And Mayor Jimenez.
Abstain.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I think it'd be important for those that are here to know, and it'll come up later tonight when we're talking about the budget and the CIP. There are projects in the CIP this year, some grant funding that we've received to study traffic safety on Highway 1 and in our neighborhood streets. And we believe that, Redondo Beach Road, which we've talked about before, Poplar Street and Kelly Street will be focuses of that, and that will begin in the next fiscal year.
I would love to see that happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
Are we ready to move on to the next item?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
We are back in session. We're going to move on to item 2B, residential rent stabilization fee and related matters.
Mr. Mayor, I first want to thank our Assistant City Manager, John Dowdy, for all of his work on this item. He's been working on all of the tenant protections and rent stabilization work over the last... Oh, we've lost Councilmember Penrose. We still have a quorum. I think we're okay.
Okay.
I think we'll reach out to her and just make sure everything's okay. But I do want to excuse Mr. Dowdy tonight. He is sick and was not in any condition to give this presentation. I am going to make this presentation. I am going to assume that you have carefully read the very thorough staff report, and if you have any questions, we're happy to take them. And just for the audience and the community, I'll run through this very quickly. So what we're talking about tonight is adopting a fee to go along with the residential rental stabilization program, and that fee will cover our administrative costs for administering that program on an annual basis. So just as a recap, earlier this month, the council approved and adopted a new chapter in the municipal code that established our residential rent stabilization program, which essentially reduces or limits the increase of rents each year for tenants here on the coast side. And I'm not going to get into the details. It basically, when an apartment is rented, there are limits to how much it can increase each year, and only resets to market rate if there's turnover in that unit by new tenants. In order to manage this program, there is a significant amount of administrative work that happens. I'll just highlight a couple of things. First and foremost, a huge lift in this coming year to identify all of the units that fall under this ordinance and create the database and manage that database going forward. That will be coordinated very closely with our new rental registration program that kicks off in just a few weeks, and ultimately will help us understand the market here better and the units that are subject to rent stabilization. This administrative work will also require managing certain contractors that are necessary to administer the program. The most important ones are a mediator and a hearing officer, and then legal aid support for any disputes. Staff will need to accept and process petitions and appeals, and make sure that landlords and tenants are notified of the annual increases and those calculations. So with that, our goal is to, we lost it. Oh, if we could just show that slide on the screen. Our goal is to establish a fee, an annual fee. Currently, we are recommending $286 per unit annually, and the goal of this is to help cover the cost, offset the cost to the city budget for administering this program. After a certain period of time, we'll be able to better understand the actual cost of administering the program, where we may recommend making changes in the future. We also recommend allocating $150,000 out of the Affordable Housing Fund to kind of pre-fund this work, and then we would be able to reimburse the Affordable Housing Fund with the fees collected. And ultimately, this needs to be placed into our fee schedule. And with that, I'll take any of your questions.
Any clarifying questions? Nope. No questions.
Public comment?
Comments, public comments, no. Comment, no. Oh.
It sounds like there was one card.
Yeah, Joanne Rukowski. Sorry, it was under my foot.
Actually, good evening, good late evening, and thank you for the privilege, the very big privilege of speaking to you tonight. At any rate, I thank you for your ongoing support of tenants, renters in Half Moon Bay, and by extension on the coast side. And now I am also urging support of this residential rent stabilization fee. Some may argue, and I thought there might be some tonight who would argue against this fee and say that it was too high, but I think that I am one of the last people here, so apparently there don't seem to be a lot of arguments against it. I thought people would be arguing that it was unfair to mom and pop landlords who may require rental income in order to meet their own living expenses. So I looked at average rental fees again, and the average that I found in bestplaces.com for a one-bedroom apartment in Half Moon Bay was $2,600 a month, which is pretty similar to, I think, what we've seen quoted otherwise. So that in a year is $31,200. And if you do the math, then the rental stabilization fee of $286 is less than 1% of that $31,200. It seems like a very small price to pay for actually owning the unit that is rented and being able to get the equity from that. Seems like a very modest cost to the privilege, actually, of being able to own a rental home. So on that, I urge approval, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joanne. Ready to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution that, one, establishing a new fee titled Residential Rent Stabilization Fee in the amount of $286 per year annually, and adding the fee to the city user fee schedule as presented in Exhibit A to the resolution. Two, applying the annual automatic consumer price index adjustment beginning July 4th, 2025, July 1st, 2025. Three, allocating up to $150,000 in city affordable housing funds to cover initial startup and implementation costs of the program. And four, directing staff to direct user fees and citations related to FY 24 through 25 residential rent stabilization program to the city affordable housing fund.
Second.
Roll call.
Yes. Councilmember Brownstone.
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose is absent. Councilmember Reddick.
No.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Rohrbeck.
Yes.
And Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We move on to our resolutions and staff reports.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community, all three of you. My name is Irma Acosta. I am the Administrative Analyst in the Economic and Community Vitality Division, and I am here tonight to talk to you about the Half Moon Bay Hotel Business Improvement District. So first, I'll begin by providing some background on this item. Then I will invite Crystalline Geeth from the Half Moon Bay Coastside Chamber of Commerce to present the annual report for 2023. And lastly, I will wrap up by providing additional context and recommendations before opening it up for questions. Excuse me. Transient occupancy tax is historically the largest source of revenue for the city. It is a pass-through tax that is collected by visitors and paid to the city. And historically, it contributes to around 40% of the annual's operating budget. TOT is typically collected from establishments such as hotels, bed and breakfasts, but hotels contribute the majority of our TOT collections, contributing around 95% of collections. For 2023, we averaged around $8.6 million in revenue and tax revenue from TOT. So out of the acknowledgement of importance for the TOT to the city's annual budget, in 2004, the city, in collaboration with local hotels, created the Business Improvement District in order to promote lodging and overnight stays in the city. The BID operates through a self-imposed $1 per room per night that is charged to its visitors. These funds are then reinvested into marketing programs for Half Moon Bay and the San Mateo Coast Side. In 2017, I will note that the BID expanded its scope to cover the coast side, and now it covers around 18 hotels in the area. During the same year, the Chamber was designated as the managing agency for BID operations, which means that the city provides funding to the Chamber, and the Chamber, along with the city as a stakeholder, work with hotels in the area to promote, market the city for overnight stays. Despite the rising marketing cost and the marketing budget remaining stagnant and the expenses for advertising and pricing rising, this assessment hasn't seen an increase since 2004. And as a response to this, the Chamber, along with the BID, are proposing to increase the nightly assessment to $2 per room per night. And I also want to mention that the Chamber has met with the affected hotels, and a lot of them have tentatively agreed to this proposed. But with that being said, I'd like to invite Crystalline, and she'll share a little bit more about the activities at the BID and the initiatives that they have been working on.
Thank you so very much, Crystalline of the Coastside Chamber. This is actually, in my 5 years, the report that I am most excited about, not because the numbers are oh so fabulous, because we did see a downturn this year, but because we are on the cusp of some really awesome stuff. So as was mentioned before, the $1 per room night assessment was created in 2004 and has not budged, and therefore we've been trying to do 2024 work on a 2004 budget, which to attract the visitors that we would like to attract, the ones that stay, the ones that spend the money, the ones that check out more than just the beach, we need to reach them where they are at, and that just doesn't work on a 2004 budget. And so you'll see later in the presentation some ideas that we have to help with that. Post-pandemic, we did lose one hotel and one bed and breakfast during the pandemic. So our current room nights are 739 available rooms per night. Fun fact, San Benito House getting closer and closer by the day, so that might add a handful more. So over the course of the year, there's 200,000 room nights available, so that's how much we could possibly do. And this last year, of those 269, there was 149,588 actually occupied. That led to a TOT revenue of, as was mentioned, the 8.6 million, and the estimated economic impact. So that's the visitors come, they've stayed, they've got to eat at hotels, they're shopping, they're doing all of these things, is estimated at 7.2 billion. That also takes into account circulation. So not just the one time that their dollars go to the restaurant, but then the people who work at that restaurant then receive that money as salary or tip, and then they go back out in the community and reinvest it and spend it. So total circulation, we estimate 7.2 billion. The BID has met multiple times and chatted over the course of the last year about how important it is to increase the marketing. And as you can see here, our average annual budget hovers around 160. It's completely dependent on room nights. And increasing it from the $1 to $2 automatically jumps us up to 320,000. We currently do not foresee any major expenses outside of what we're doing now with like who's doing the work and the chamber and Crucial Creative and so on and so forth. So that additional money goes straight towards marketing. That's getting ads in magazines that are attracting people that we want to come here. We're considering even looking at a commercial maybe. There's all kinds of fun things that we can do with this increase. And so far, the hotels have been amenable to this. And it's not a totally uncommon amount. A lot of destinations are at the $2 mark and possibly 1%, which tends to equal about the same. So in the last year, in line with the last couple of years, we've had some major priorities. So first and foremost, generating articles and positive buzz and proactively pitching to media and entertaining influencers and grandfluencers who come to the coastside and want to try fun things. We've had the opportunity to work recently with Visit California and the San Francisco Peninsula to help them with travel writers that they have coming that have been thoroughly vetted, that their numbers are really nice and high end and fit our preferred audience. And so we have been able to help make sure that they have fun when they get here, so they write awesome articles and posts. So in 2023, we had 60 articles that were written about the Half Moon Bay coastside, and we hosted 9 travel writers. So that means they stayed here in a hotel, spent multiple days, and did all kinds of fun things when they were here. In this upcoming year, I have gotten approval from the BID to hire, instead of a contractor who we pay a lot for a handful of hours, to bring in somebody in-house, so a co-sider to be in office with us and work on corporate group sales and working with the media, and that is just what they do. So we're not just a piece of somebody's larger pie. It's us and just us, and we can have better control and working relationships with the different media and this staff person. So if anybody out there is into that, look out for the forthcoming job description. The next priority, digital and print media. So the website continues to grow, and in fact, we just launched a new brand and website. And so in 2023, all users was at a high of 425 over last year, and their sessions were 45 seconds per page. The total page views was 752. Now that did dip a little bit, but we're confident that the new redesign is going to re-engage people. We've moved stuff around and made things easier to find. And the top pages that people are looking for is good news to us: stay, downtown, and going on the trails. So that's fantastic. And then we did 2 co-op ads. The BID and the Downtown Association worked together on getting some print ads in magazines out of the Greater Bay Area. And then our priority was to continue looking out for corporate groups and see if they were going to rebound. And we started having high hopes. We started to see a little bit more movement. And then earlier last year, there was the big swath of, oh, everybody's getting fired now. And so when big corporate is firing their people, the last thing that they want to pay for is tens of thousands of dollars to bring 30 of them to an offsite meeting. So we have just continued to watch it. And when we bring on that person, one of their duties will be to proactively go out and reestablish relationships with some of the bigger corporations over the hill to work on those corporate sales. Our priority is always occupancy. Occupancy equals dollars. In 2023, we did see, and it's been talked about many times, a fall in the occupancy rate, which affected the TOT negatively and has affected our shop owners and our restaurants negatively, as they did not see rebounded revenue that they would hope for by now. It's been discussed that we are pretty sure that a lot of that was international travel opened back up from the pandemic, and it was easier to go places, so people had really explored all of their local areas that they could, and they were ready to go out into the greater world. But subsequently, international was not coming as much here. So as a part of our new plan, we hope to work on advertising that will be more enticing to international travelers as well. The average room rate, as you can see, did drop as well. Went from $370 a night to $327. So here's just a pretty little chart about the occupancy rate. And so that leads us into 2024/25. It's a little bit interesting because the BID is on a January to December annual basis, but then when we're working with the city, it's on the fiscal. So the 2024/25 BID priorities are working to still increase midweek stays. So one thing that the BID has never really aimed for is the weekend visitors that we already have. We are not trying to add traffic to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Everything that we go after is based off of the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, with the exception of the pandemic, because we would have taken them any way we could get them. But we're back to the mid-week focus. So this year, what we would really love most is, to the best of our knowledge, there has never been an in-depth visitor survey for Half Moon Bay or the coastside. And that is really being able to dive in and see data that shows where they're coming from, where they're, like what sectors they're spending their money. How much are they spending on hotels? How much are they spending in restaurants? How many people are truly going straight to the beach and then going home? And things like that. To our knowledge, we don't have those stats now, so if they ever existed, they've been blown away in the wind. So we really believe that to create a truly effective marketing plan and to put us in the best possible position against our lovely other coastside communities that we would love to lure the visitors from, we need to know what their patterns of behavior are so that we can best target them and get them to the coastside first and foremost, and then to like downtown and the harbor and all of those different places. And as I mentioned again, that we'll hire the in-house staff member to work really closely with all of these media and corporations. So even though we are hoping to increase to the $2 rate, oh my gosh, say that 10 times fast. Increase to the $2 rate, We will not see that funding right away. We're not gonna all of a sudden have a bank account of $300,000. So we do have our request of the $40,000 that the city has so lovingly given the BID in the past. And in the past, that was very specifically to help fill a little bit of that bridge of the marketing gap. But we feel confident that we can handle the marketing on our own over the course of time that newly generated money comes in. But what we would like to start on right away is the visitor study. So we would like to formally request that the annual $40,000 be approved and allowed for us to work with Visa and MasterCard so that we can receive credit card data. And for those out there, it's no names or anything. It's just very big, swathy buckets. But that will allow us to see visitor spending. And then there are 2 geolocation mobile data that other like destinations use. We've vetted them, and we can get very, very interesting data and facts from them, and that would be like who's going to the beach and then going shopping, those types of things. And then hire a few locals to go actually to the beaches and downtown and the harbor and wherever else we deem appropriate at what times to actually do in-person interviewing and surveys of the people that are actually here and ask them what their motivations for coming were, like what their patterns, what did they hope, did they know that there was a downtown, and really get a feel for the visitors that are here. We feel that this 3-pronged approach will give us very comprehensive data that will really make sure that we have a good view of what our visitor is and stop needing to use anecdotal evidence for our decision making. And with that, I recommend you say yes, but you have to say it in all of these words.
Any clarifying questions or ready to make a motion?
I would like to move that we approve the Half Moon Bay Hotel Business Improvement District 2023 Annual Report from the Half Moon. Oops. Would you mind putting that resolution motion there? Thank you. That we, the 2023 Annual Report from the Half Moon Bay Coastside Chamber of Commerce, the designated managing agency for the district, and 2, adopt a resolution declaring the City Council's intention to levy an assessment for the Half Moon Bay Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2024-25 and directing the city clerk to schedule a public meeting on June 18th, 2024 and a public hearing for July 16th, 2024 regarding increasing the nightly per room assessment rate from $1 to $2. And 3, approve an allocation of $40,000 in support from the general fund for fiscal year 2024-25.
Second.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose is absent. Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarback?
Yes.
And Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Can I get a woohoo for visitor marketing? Yay!
Moving on to item 3B.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to load up the PowerPoint right now. Maz Bozerginia here, Public Works Director and City Engineer for the City of Half Moon Bay. And that should pop up. There we go. All right. I'm here tonight to present the general budget for the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side for the fiscal year 24-25. The request is to adopt the resolution approving the budget without waiving the city's current and prior votes under protest related to all costs on the IPS or integrated pipeline system capital improvements under SAM. A little bit of background, the city of Half Moon Bay is a joint entity with Granada Community Services District and Montero Water and Sanitation District to provide sewer services to the coast, to the mid-coast side. These three member agencies combined under the Joint Powers Authority also operate the plant with SAM, and overall, the plant, just a little bit of background, operates at a 4 million gallons per day under dry weather flow conditions. And overall, the cost of the operations and maintenance of the plant and IPS system are split amongst the agencies based on flows to the plant. The last year, the city's dropped a little less than 1% to 60.82%. Granada Community Services District was relatively flat, and Montero Water and Sewer District increased by about 1% of flows to the sewer treatment system, sewer treatment plant. What's incorporated for the operations maintenance budget are a number of items. It's all things related to the SAM plant upgrades, operating costs for the treatment systems. It also incorporates, as I mentioned earlier, the IPS system. There's an infrastructure component to it. But overall, the SAM combined operations maintenance, the general budget is about $9.3 million. The city's portion is 5.6. Although we have a smaller portion of our of flows, overall costs have increased. So we still saw a 6% increase from 23-24, even though our flows were decreased. Overall, the SAM budget increased 7%. Montero's was about 11% increase, and Granada, if I remember correctly, was about 6% as well. As far as the capital expenditures, the only item currently listed in the infrastructure is the Montero Force Main, which is a component of the intertie pipeline system. Essentially, there hasn't been a capital budget for SAM historically, and it's incorporated into the general budget as an infrastructure line item. To reiterate, the city has continued to protest our obligation to fund intertie pipeline system, which conveys effluent sewers from Montero and Granada to the plant, and is separate from the city's flows to the plant. As I mentioned, the $3 million requests for capital costs are all related to Montero Force Main replacement capital project. Overall, the project is approximately $10 million, so the $3 million is not enough to complete the project. It's just a request for the current fiscal year. The other item another thing I wanted to highlight is that there are other needs. It's not that the Montero Force Main is the only thing that needs work. The electrical room needs an upgrade and relocation or increase in elevation based on sea level rise studies, based on the storm events. None of the recommendations for the sea level rise study has been incorporated into their capital thinking. And so those things are still to be left to be desired, and really nothing else is funded as part of this current request. The SAM general manager did mention that staff over at the plant is working on a capital improvement program, which would be wonderful. That's been something that we've requested, and the other agencies have requested as well. And so we're hopeful that that comes forward in June to get a little bit more information and just a better understanding of next steps over the next 5 to 10 years as far as what's necessary for the system on the plant level, and how are we going to look, what is the funding going to look like as far as the demand for the next number of years. So with that, I wanted to keep it brief. The recommendation is before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any clarifying questions, comments? Public forum? No.
There are no online speakers.
Ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side revised general budget for FY 2024 through 25, included as Exhibit A to the resolution, without waiving its current and prior votes under protest related to the capital improvements to the integrated pipeline system known as IPS.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose is absent. Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarbeck?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ready for the next one?
I'm ready. It's part of the same PowerPoint packet.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Also, Masbo Zerginia, Public Works Director, City of Half Moon Bay. This item is before you tonight is the collection system maintenance component of our sewer budget. So tonight's request is to adopt a resolution and authorizing the 24-25 Sewer Authority Midcoast Site SAM collections budget. And this would be an Amendment 7 to the existing collection system maintenance. It's a service that SAM provides to the city and the other member agencies to clean our collection system pipes to ensure proper conveyance of sewage and reduce the potential of sanitary sewer overflows. The cost for the contract for 24-25 is $212,209. And it would be for an additional year of system-wide cleaning. City of Half Moon Bay's collection system is about 35 miles of sanitary sewer mains. These are outside of the laterals from the house, your property to the main itself. It's actually the conveyance system, as well as the force mains, which could be considered an IPS type system. We also operate 3 sewer pump stations: Bell Moon Pump Station, Pelican Point Pump Station, and the recently replaced Ocean Colony Pump Station. The costs, the services under the cost for the collection cleaning system is a number of items. It's, as I mentioned, system cleaning, which means using different types of equipment, vac truck, things that SAM has to actually go and clean our pipe segments. And the way we've been looking at it is over the last 4 or 5 years, we've looked at 50% of the main lines with an increase in our hotspots. So the areas where we have a lot of potential for fat oils, grease, and sand, like our downtown. There's certain areas that actually fluctuate depending on use. And so we monitor it and adjust it. And so we have those 2 components. Every year we do at least 50% of the whole system in the hotspot areas, which are more problematic, get quarterly or semi-annual cleaning. We also, the contract also incorporates pump station inspections and cleanings, as well as our 24/7 response to potential sanitary sewer overflows. SAM also contracts with us to do underground service alerts. So when there's a construction project happening and the contractor is required to call in for utility providers to bark any existing utilities, they do that on our behalf. And overall, we actually saw a decrease in this contract. So the 24-25 cost is at $212,209, which has decreased about 25% from last year. And looking at the numbers, it doesn't really tell the whole story of these costs, but it's been a combination of increasing their efficiency, the SAM cleaning staff increasing their efficiency and their process. And so they've been able to reduce the overall costs for all the member agencies, which we do appreciate. And then, so with that, I will leave the recommendation up on the screen for this action, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any clarifying questions? Ready to adopt the resolution? Make a motion.
There are no public comments.
Great. I move that we adopt a resolution approving the 2024-25 Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side Collections budget and authorizing the city manager to execute Amendment Number 7 to the Sewer Collection System Maintenance Professional Services Agreement with the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side, establishing the FY 2024-25 annual cost at $212,209 and extending the agreement for one additional year with an expiration date of June 30th, 2025.
Second?
Roll call.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose is absent. Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rarbeck?
Yes.
And Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're getting so close. Thank you, Moss. I would like to welcome Ken Stiles, our finance manager, to present this study session. So just while he's getting that up, the purpose of this, we don't normally do this as part of our budget process. You know, the work's happened, and we bring the draft budget to you in June, and you kind of get one look at it, and then you usually adopt it at the next meeting. Just given our current financial circumstances, we thought it'd be important to bring you a preview of that budget before we finish developing the draft book, present some policy questions to make sure that we're on the right track before we finalize things, and then we'll be on our normal schedule. We'll bring you the draft book at the first meeting in June, and then adopt at the second meeting in June. It looks like Ken is ready.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Kenneth Stiles, the finance manager. And as City Manager Chittister mentioned, we're going to be presenting the draft budget for next fiscal year. And at the end of the presentation, there's some policy questions, and we're seeking some guidance from council tonight. So here's our revenue summary for next year with our top three separated out. For TOT, we're estimating next year is going to be essentially flat. It was 8.6 this year. We're recommending 8.6 the following year. As council members, our TOT high was back in 2022 at 9.1, but since February of last year, it's been dropping. Initially, we thought it was temporary, but it's starting to look like 2022 was a bit of a bubble for us. So we built in 8.6 as our new baseline. Property taxes, this year was 3.7. We're recommending 3.9 going into next year. In the consent agenda tonight, there was the third quarter financial report, and our base property taxes are doing a little bit better. We took that number into consideration, also took into consideration the county's estimates for next year on the assessment rolls, and that's what goes into that 3.97 next year. Sales and use tax, relatively flat, 3.2 versus 3.2. Inflation is decreasing or not increasing as much, but the assumption is that the economy would be essentially flat and there'd be no growth. Other revenues, this year was 4.4, next year 4.9, about a $500,000 increase. Mostly two things in that. We get a credit built into our sheriff contract that increased. That credit is to pay our pensions. And then also building permits. We're expecting a little bit more next year. Total for general fund revenue is 21.2, which is about an $800,000 increase. Again, that's base property taxes, building permits, and that credit. Everything else is relatively flat. On to the expenditure side, total payroll is $7.2 million, about $100K increase. There's one increase in there, contractual obligations, so COLA, essentially, increased by about $260K. We did some adjustments due to our fiscal challenges. We froze one position. that net a savings of about 120K. And then we shifted a portion of staff time to applicable grants. Other than that, there's no additional positions that have been added. On the supplies and services side, we're looking at 12.9, which is about a 40K decrease, or 1%. So we really went into this budget cycle with anything being on the table as far as cuts, as long as it wasn't impactful on the community or service levels. And while we were able to make some cuts, some of our non-discretionary items or obligations went up. The two biggest ones being public safety, going up by about 370K, and in the city attorney, about 80K. And that's for general matters and litigation. From the things that we were able to scale back on, we achieved cuts by about $500,000, or about 9% average across the operating departments. Here are some of the things that we cut back going into next year. Admin services, the annex staff is moving into City Hall in the summer. And then once that, so we did not budget for expenses relating to renting out that location. In the city's manager's office, the CARES program is fully grant funded and then defunded once the grant expires, and that expires in March 2025. In the community development department, we moved affordable housing costs to the Affordable Housing Fund. We felt that was a little bit more applicable, and that fund can pick up those costs. And of course, there was an overall reduction in materials and supplies and reduction of over budgeted accounts.
Ken, I just wanted to add one quickly here. It's not figured into the bottom line yet. This will be added to the June budget development, but we've been working with Abundant Grace on the Coastside Clean Team contract and made some tweaks to, instead of just keeping it flat throughout the year, fluctuate it depending on the time of year and the intensity of the need. And by doing so, we've reduced the cost of that contract by about $50,000. So we will build that into the budget when we bring it back in June.
So while we were able to offset some of the increases, we weren't able to offset all of them, and these are our other operating expenditures. Debt service, our debt service payment is going to be about $950 next year, and what's in there is the library loan in 880 Stillmine. There is a bit of an asterisk there in that our original intent with 880 was to do a lot line adjustment and sell the parcel back to the county. And if we were to achieve that, then it's likely that debt service payment will come down. Next is pension, the unfunded liability payment. That is $1.3 million. That went up by about $400K this year. That number is given to us by CalPERS and is based off of investment gains and losses on the market. So when CalPERS has a good year, and we have a good year, when they have a bad year, we have a bad year. But 1.3 is near the 5-year average. So what happened was the year prior, they had a really good year, and then it kind of normalized out. Internal service transfers, about $900K a year, up by about $80K. What's our internal service funds are vehicle, IT, and risk management. Risk management, our pooled risk management fund is our highest cost in that. Overall, our total general fund operating expenditures is 23.4, and it's gone up by about $800K, or plus 3%. Now I'm going to turn over to Maz to talk about the capital improvement program.
Thank you, Ken. So this year, rather than having our CIP as a separate item, it made a lot of sense to combine it as part of our budget. So I'll talk a little bit about our capital improvement program, and just for folks that may be watching later, what is a capital improvement program? What is a CIP? Essentially, it's a fiscal planning tool. It helps us to facilitate multi-year improvements. It helps to ensure general plan consistency, which is required by state law. It also sets the stage for potential for grant funding, which are all really important things. Next slide, please. Over the last several years, the general request from the council for general fund contribution towards the capital improvement program has been about $3 million. And what you'll see here, and we'll get into it a little bit more as we go on to the next slides, we don't typically hit that $3 million every year. And so what we've done is we've looked at trying to see the areas where there may be a little bit of extra and reduce some of those programmatic funds, some of the requests. And so the 5-year, overall, the 5-year programmatic CIP is not part of the funded. So what we will go through is the 1-year CIP, but there's a 5-year component, and that's really more as far as outlook, as far as multi-year projects. And so what's being requested, what's currently part of the budget request is about $1.7 million in general fund contribution. Overall, our CIP for next year is about $18 million. And there's multiple revenue sources, and we can jump into what that looks like, and so as far as some of the adjustments. So overall, our programs, you can see here, we've got a number of areas where we've looked at reducing the requests. And so in the first column is the program name. The second column is our current fiscal year's request. And then with the help of our finance team, we looked at our expenditures and tried to look at what we anticipate our ultimate expenditure to be on these programs. And then the third column is the request would be the request for 24-25. And so we looked at it closely to make sure that the cuts that we're proposing aren't impacting services, aren't impacting what the public would see as far as improvements in moving forward. We tried to keep that in mind when we made some of these modifications to our requests. Specifically, in the past, we've looked at there's certain areas like IT replacement. You can see we've zeroed that out next year. That just happened to coincide with a lot of needs for the current fiscal year. So a lot of our equipment's actually been replaced, and so there wasn't as much of a need to fund that program for this upcoming year. Fleet replacement's the same. We had the purchase of our F-150 Lightning truck, and that was completed a couple years ago. We had originally planned to do a replacement of one of the pool vehicles. There's a sedan at City Hall that is coming up for replacement, but it's still in decent operating order. So something like that, we've decided we'll continue using what we have, and we will look at a replacement in the next year or two based on funding. And then also in other areas, like our emergency response and our urban forest management. Over the last couple of years, we've really dipped into those funds with the storms and what we've been dealing with on the coast side and California as a whole. But with that, we've done a lot of tree work. We've had to do a lot of tree work, and so we looked at our overall urban forest, and we feel that we've done quite a bit of headway over the last couple of years, and so we scaled back a little bit there from what we've asked in the last fiscal year. Same with the emergency response. Last year, we looked at it at about $150,000. And based on what we anticipate closing out this year, we're looking at a request for $100,000 for the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. And then going into some of the other programs that we have, again, we've really just been trying to tighten our belts. We've used our programs as essentially it gives the city manager and staff some flexibility. We are able to be a little bit more nimble when we have these pockets of funding established, and when there's a grant opportunity or there's an opportunity to partner with another sponsor. It's given us a little bit of that flexibility, And given the current fiscal climate, it's really more about accountability. And so what we're looking at is reducing that flexibility, being a little bit more fiscally responsible, but also meaning that if the need arises, we would be coming back to council and requesting those additional funds if something did come up. And so, again, we can see where some of the modifications have been made. Some of the programs we've actually just looked at zeroing them out, at least for the next fiscal year. And then there's some of them where we just looked at reducing. The pavement management, traffic safety, that's a big one. You can see that's actually increased. That's because our gas tax projections are looking to increase. So those are outside of general fund dollars. So not all of our programs are funded strictly from general funds. Next slide. Now we go to our projects more specifically. So projects are defined more as one-time infrastructure upgrades and improvements. They're usually multi-year, and so that's what we've got listed here. So things like Carter Park and Poplar Street, and some of our East Side Parallel Trail expansions. That's what's incorporated in these. And you can see a lot of these bigger projects, we've been successful over the last few years as far as obtaining funding through the Transit Authority and CCAG, as well as the state and federal governments. And so we've got quite a bit of funding, a lot of things to keep ourselves busy. Some of the things that came up earlier this evening, such as the highway improvements on Highway 1 at Kelly and other areas, some of those are captured in some of the funding opportunities that we have. For example, the Safe Streets for All, that study is looking at our local roads and streets and looking at safety improvements through a community outreach process and prioritization. So that's something that we're looking forward to working on this upcoming fiscal year. We also have funding from the San Mateo County Transit Authority to do our Highway 1 South Corridor study, which will look at Highway 1 in the southern region where we haven't really spent a lot of time and effort in. So everywhere from 92 all the way down to our southern city limits, Miramontes Point Road. And so what part of that study we'll look at is the need of safety improvements. There's a lot of great studies that have been done, like the 2013 Safe Routes to School study that incorporates some of those safety modifications. But we'll look at other areas, Wave Crest and access to, Redondo Beach Road and the access to the future Coastside Land Trust project come to mind. These are really within that corridor area. What that study will do is gives us the ability to look at our right-of-way limits and work through the Caltrans process to put that document before Caltrans to show them these are what the community needs. These are the safety areas that we need to focus on. And whether Caltrans comes in with a project or the city becomes the proponent and pushes for funding, that's still to be determined. But at least it gets us the documentation and the studies necessary to get us to that next step. It also sets up, as I mentioned earlier, it sets us up nicely for potential grant funding sources. Next slide. And then so just to recap our programs and projects, I know it was a lot. And we have additional slides at the end if we want to go into into more details. But just wanted to give an overview of the funding sources that we're looking at to make up our overall CIP budget, the 18 million. So we have a number of sources listed on the left side of the screen. We have some general capital funds that have been, these are capital funds that have been set aside in previous fiscal years. We have impact fees in certain pots, like our storm drain improvement program or our park facility and development fees. Those are outside dollars. Those are not general fund dollars. And then on the right, you can see the summation of the general fund request. It's about 1.76 based on our current request that's in the draft budget proposal. And on the right, you can see where those general funds are actually being programmed into. We've got a little bit in our programs at the bottom with the asterisk, things like so those are the two big ones, urban forestry and our emergency fund. That makes up 200 of that 325. We have some funds set aside for Smithfield Phase 1, which is to finish up our current work on our design and environmental work on that project that's been moving forward. And then we also have a set aside, the big request is for the Wavecrest water main improvement, and that also ties to the Smithfield project. There's a potential for a donor that's interested in funding some substantial improvements at Smithfield. And what this water main project does is it helps puts us in good standing to request those donor dollars. And it also gives us an opportunity to take care of some of the needs on Wavecrest with respect to some of the vehicles that are parked overnight and long term. We are able to actually do some minor street improvements with those funds as well. And so that's the big ask as far as this next fiscal year comes with respect to general funds. And we just believe that it puts us in good position to accept some donor money that would really stretch our budget quite a way. I'll turn it back over to Ken.
Okay. All right. So overall, including capital, with our total general fund expenditures will be about $25.2 million, which is a decrease of about $200K or 1%. Now, the table on the left is the entire general fund budget, categorized and placed in categories, and the year-over-year change. So the biggest takeaway is our more non-discretionary obligations have increased. Pension and public safety, pension increasing 400 year-over-year, public safety going 377 year-over-year. And we were able to offset that with operational cuts and capital transfers towards the bottom. So it created a bit of a neutral effect this year, a little bit of a decrease, but it's generally not sustainable considering that we won't be able to cut again at this level next year, and costs are still going to increase year over year. So what that looks like for the budget, for the one-year budget next year, this is the summary. We have revenues at $21 million, operating expenditures at $23, capital at $1.7. That creates an annual deficit of 3.9. And now this is a draft budget. It's preliminary. We have a few more numbers to sharpen, to edit and include for the next time we present this to council. But overall, we're looking at a deficit of about $4 million going into next year. Now, there are some options for council. We're recommending using unassigned funds and the economic uncertainty reserve to fill that deficit, that budget gap next year. So unassigned funds are funds that haven't been designated or earmarked. So we think we're going to come in under budget this year, and we think we're going to end up with about $1.6 million in unassigned funds at the end of this coming June. We're recommending to use that towards the budget gap. As you can see, that leaves roughly about $2.3 million left in the gap. From there, we're recommending using the economic uncertainty reserve, which we have $4.4 million in there. And one of the allowed uses is to prevent a reduction of required services. The last one, that's the general fund reserve. That's an additional reserve that we have. It has $6.6 million in there. The allowed uses for unexpected expenditure requirements, but we're not recommending that one. We see that one as better for emergencies. I do want to stress that these are short-term options and that they're one-time monies. So we also have some long-term options to present to council tonight. One option that has floated for the top for us is a sales and use tax increase, bringing the sales tax rate to 9.8%. This could generate about $2 million additional funds every year. The voting requirements are 50% plus 1. Our current sales tax is 9.37, and you can see the breakdown As of right now, we only receive 1 cent for every dollar of sales tax. This option is an increase of half a penny for each dollar. So if we were to go this option, the city would receive, instead of 1 cent, 1.5 cents for every dollar spent. Why this one has floated to the top, throughout the year, the staff has been working with the Finance Committee on revenue enhancement options. And this one in particular is preferred simply because of the voter requirements, and that this tax has some burden is placed on tourists and visitors. Is not all the burden is placed on residents. Other longer-term options include a parcel tax. This one is not recommended as much. It could generate anywhere between 1 and 1.6 million, and the voting requirements are about 2/3. This is not recommended just because less revenue generation, and also the voter requirements, the sales tax, and then also that it doesn't. It would be more of the burden would be placed on residents, and not much of it on tourists and visitors. And then in the last two options, invest in tourism and invest in economic development efforts. And then pass it on to City Manager Chittister.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, as we've been looking at longer-term options for revenue enhancements, obviously one of the places that cities always look is to raise taxes, and we do believe that's going to be a necessary option for us moving forward. But we also want to look at other ways to raise revenues and be creative. And given that we have a strong TOT rate and past strong performance in TOT, we really agree that focusing on investing in tourism and marketing is really crucial. We've taken a great step tonight by continuing to focus on the BID, which is our best mechanism for pursuing additional overnight stays. And there's a double hit there, because we find that as people stay in the hotels, not only do we get more TOT, sales tax rates increase as well, because sales taxes are charged on things that happen at the hotels, and a lot of those folks then visit our downtown and patronize our local businesses and buy gas and all those things. So we really think this is important, and we're excited about the work the BID is doing, and our investment in that is really crucial. The other really longer term efforts that are in front of us is continuing to invest in economic development. The Opportunity Center, which is being funded by the county right now, we want to find ways to make that sustainable in the long term. It's building our workforce, it's creating new jobs, it's helping our small businesses to grow their businesses and strengthen their businesses, and people that are interested in entrepreneurial activities get the support they need to start their businesses and bring new revenues to the coast. The other really exciting development is Coastside Ventures Studio, which is an incubator that is being housed out of the OCC. And of course, right now there's investment going into it, but there's a lot of promise there. And we see two things happening that can help support revenues here at the city. First and foremost, an incubator's purpose is to build and grow new businesses on the coast side, creating new jobs and creating new streams of revenue, diverse revenue streams, which we've always said are important, especially coming out of the pandemic, so that we're not so reliant on TOT. But we're also exploring something that is happening in other places, which is the opportunity to derive long-term revenues off these businesses that utilize the studio to build and grow through like warrants, where we might get a piece of their revenues for the future. And this is happening in other places, and it's kind of one of those things that if we hit on the right business, there could be a really great revenue stream in the future. So we're trying to be really creative, not just go back to the taxpayers to help backfill the additional costs of operations and some of the changes that have happened over the last couple of years. But again, be creative and find new ways to bring revenues to the coast side that help the city as an organization, but also benefit the entire economy here locally. So really excited about those developments and grateful for the investment currently in staff and staff time towards those efforts. And we hope that there will be great fruit that comes from those in the future. So I think next slide. Yeah, so obviously we're happy to take questions and answer any of your questions. But ultimately, I think what we're looking for tonight before we move into final development of the budget book is overall response to what you've seen tonight, confirmation that we should be using our unassigned fund balance that is resulting from savings in this fiscal year, as well as a portion of our economic uncertainty reserve to maintain services in the next fiscal year, and then direction to move forward with a sales tax increase on the 2024 ballot. And staff and the Finance Subcommittee both recommend those actions.
Any clarifying questions, comments?
So in the Daily Journal this morning, there's officials have budget worries. They're talking about the county, and they're talking about San Mateo County being one of the 3 counties that are not going to have their vehicle license fees reimbursed. And I'm guessing that's going to affect us. So I haven't seen any discussion about how that's going to affect us, but I'd like to hear.
Sure, and that is our expectation as well. We're hopeful that our state legislators will correct this in the revised budget, and we are working with the county and the coalition of cities towards that. But our recommended budget assumes that we are not getting the VLF money this year. And Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's about a $400,000 hit this year. So maybe in our next presentation, we'll make that really clear as one of the impacts that we're facing this year. It shows up in our overall property tax numbers, which should be higher if we had that revenue. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, that's a pretty big hit, so we need to, make that transparent.
And I'll just share Townsend, which is our legislative support and lobbying firm, has worked really, really hard to push this issue on behalf of the city, but as the county as a whole, because we all kind of go together, including at recent hearings with the legislature on this issue, actually speaking on behalf of the city of Half Moon Bay and ensuring that they understand the impacts to small cities, not just the large counties.
Are there any other state reimbursables that might be at risk as well?
I don't believe right now there are, but I think that's something we have to be aware of and tracking in our legislative work going forward is what the county's experience right now is not as much the kind of economic-based issues as defunding of certain programs that come through the state and federal governments because the state is in such a bad position. So things like mental health care, general service, the general support services, homelessness services, affordable housing, those are all areas where the state is pulling back. And as the county continues to prioritize those efforts, that money's going to have to come from somewhere. So it is really something we have to watch carefully.
Yeah, they were talking about, reducing potentially, housing subsidies. I'm worried about Coast House and whether, the rug's going to be pulled out from underneath that. So I want us to, really be tracking those closely. You referred to over-budgeted accounts. What are over-budgeted accounts?
Things like office supplies, training or meetings, things that aren't really tied to a contract, that generally they have a little bit of cushion in them, but things like that.
So you kind of talk about contract obligations sort of vaguely, but what's going to happen to our professional services contract? I know we talk about Sam's professional services contract and how we're concerned about that. What about our professional services contracts? What are we doing to get a handle on managing those more tightly and reducing, our expenditures there? It seems to me that's something that's structural that if we do a better job at and be more focused and be more careful about our contracting, that we can affect things, on a structural basis for a longer period of time. So I need to know what our plan is for managing our professional services contracts.
I'm happy to jump in on this. That was part of the evaluation that every department was charged with as they developed their budget this year, is to not just look at, supplies or training budgets, but actually look at their contract services. And, we have most of the contract services we go out for are to provide necessary services to the community, things that we do not have enough staff bandwidth to cover because we have such a small team. And, you think of things like plan review. When people come in and submit their plans, we have one person in-house that kind of manages that. And there's no way that one person can handle that. And so we have contracts for being able to send those out and do plan reviews with professionals. We could reduce those contracts, but the service levels to the community would be greatly reduced. And so our focus in reducing those kinds of costs this year was, where do we think we can squeeze money out without the community feeling the burn at this point, because we have some plans in place to help resolve this over time. What I can say is I believe we've really squeezed what we can out of those budgets, reduced those contracts to the point of any lower, and we're going to affect service levels to the community.
But my concern is, you mentioned early on that operating expenditures are up, and then you say they're down 1%. Down 1% doesn't look to me like a lot of cutting. And, I think if you're going to sell the idea of a sales tax increase, we have to do more on our part to rein in costs. And people, sometimes need to feel the burn before they, want to support funding measures. So, it doesn't look to me like we're doing, quite enough. And I agree, but there are areas where it's important not to cut, like in terms of our infrastructure maintenance. We don't want to create, a backlog on maintenance that, gets deeper and deeper, just like state parks. And, after a while, there are $55 billion in deferred maintenance. We don't want to do that. It's a safety issue, and it just causes more costs, over time. So you have core mission that you try to protect, and then there are the frivolities that people perceive as frivolities, and those you cut. So we need to, really dig down on what's core mission, how do we maintain our infrastructure, and then look at these other programs that maybe we might have to forego or cut back. I just, 1% sort of across the board doesn't feel like enough to me.
Can I make a quick response to that?
Yeah.
Debbie? I agree with you, and I think part of it is how it's presented, but there was a slide that showed kind of operational cuts first. And when you talk about across the board, we averaged almost 10% at the operational level. The problem is that's our operational expenses. That doesn't get into some of those, that's kind of our discretionary, where we can kind of plan it out and figure out where we can tweak operational levels, service levels, where, maybe we had extra funding in past years when we were flush and we could pay for additional things and cut those back. And that's what we really focused on this year. And I thought did a great job of almost 10% across the board for departments. The problem is when you start throwing in things like the pension costs, which we don't have control over, the contract costs for law enforcement and 911 dispatch we don't have control over. That's when it flips back to that only 1% decrease. The other thing that doesn't really take into account is the fact that there's natural inflation on everything. So a 1% decrease really is offsetting a 3.5% or 4% inflationary increase. So I think the point you've made is when we're trying to tell the community, hey, we're in trouble here, we've done what we can, 1% doesn't tell the story right. And so we've got to be better at telling that story, that we've actually done a lot to cut the frivolous or, the perceived frivolous expenses, where we really have cut back a lot. And from a staff perspective, it's going to be challenging. Ken mentioned we have a position that's been vacant. We're holding that open. We probably have 2 more that are either vacant or will be vacant in the coming months that will not be filled. And so those are 3 full-time jobs that are crucial to our operation because we're such a small and lean staff. And that work will now get absorbed by people that are already working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And the community's gonna feel that because you can't respond as quickly when you're working, when you're picking up those extra duties, when you're responsible for more things than you were ever expected to be responsible for. We start really having to pick and choose what's gonna be the priority for each position. And so I think that's all part of the story that we're gonna have to tell as we go into this fiscal year.
Yeah, and some cities actually do a lot of communication and outreach around like budget cuts. You go to the people, like, what are you willing to live without, at least this year, or maybe over a couple of years? You engage the public and, get their input on how to make these decisions, rather than, we're having one little workshop at 11 o'clock tonight, and then the draft budget's coming up. We're kind of in a crisis mode with the 5-year structural deficit, and it doesn't seem to me like we're really getting to the root of the matter. We're kind of punting a little bit, well, let's just, a little bit this year, and then we'll just worry about more next year. I think people would rather see, now that we know what the problem is, that we're tackling it more, head on. And honestly, I'm not willing to support any speculative economic development investment, in the Opportunity Center or whatever, get grants for that. But where we are now, I think speculative investment is off the table for me. Until we're in a better position. That's not really core mission. Put the sales tax on, yeah, let's see what, people think about that. But one thing that's not on the table that I think should be, and that I hear from other people that they would support, is paid parking downtown. We're gonna have to deal very seriously with parking issues. And we're like the only town in San Mateo County now that doesn't have any paid parking in their downtown. We have to look at paid parking, and I want to put that on the table tonight. I know that Krislin's still here. She told me she stays just in case something interesting comes up. We need to look at paid parking. We need to look at parking management. And I think paid parking is a potential good revenue enhancement. We need to look at it. And I think the time has come. And, keeps cars moving around, allows more people to come in. People are like just parking too long, and they're not paying anything. That's not good. So I want to look at paid parking for sure. Were there other things you wanted direction on tonight that I'm missing here?
No.
What you said, I don't really want to start tapping reserves yet. Maybe, taking a chunk out of unassigned funds to do that, but I'm still nervous about tapping into reserve funds at this time, until we see what's going to happen with the state budget, until we see what's going to happen after November. I think we need to be real careful on dipping into the reserves still. So I'm done on that.
You asked a question about other things we want feedback on. Not tonight, but coming soon. This fiscal year, we commissioned a fee study and looking at all of our fees and our costs of services. That will be wrapped up. Ken, I don't know exactly where we're at time-wise, but I know it's moving forward. We will be coming forward with that at some point to get some recommendations from you. Because we've been really financially pretty well off over the last several years, there's a lot of things we do that we subsidize that other cities do not. And so that's another decision point coming. It's not going to be a game changer for us. It's not going to balance the budget, but it's another place where you talk about VLF's a chunk and then this is a chunk. The totality of these things might help us get where we need to get. So that will be coming forward, but we need to have that process finished first. And it may be something that we can implement with our mid-year budget. Ken, anything else on that? Great. And I love the idea of looking more closely at paid parking. I think with the Streetscapes project that is wrapping up, the master planning that's going along with that, the timing's right to be thinking about all of those things. So appreciate that. The last thing I'll add, your statement about reserves, I will say that based on where we're at, we're either going to have to cut significantly in other areas, or we don't have a choice but to dip into that economic uncertainty reserve. And I'll just remind everybody, when that reserve was created in 2019, the whole idea was we have our operating reserves, which are 30% of our operating budget. And that moves every year based on whatever our budget is. And that's above best practice, but we're a small city. I think we have to be above best practice. I'd love to see that number get higher the next time we get into a position where we're doing better financially. The economic uncertainty reserve was added by this council to, I believe, really help us smooth through times just like this, where we're developing our plan. We've got a plan in place. Some things are going to have to happen in order for us to get to fiscal sustainability. But the whole idea was that funding's there to prevent service level cuts and impacts to the community. So just putting that out there as kind of our thinking as we went into this budget.
What I would say is go at it gingerly, rather than let's just, take all of it this year. And, let's be careful about how we use our reserves. I'm done.
Okay, I would like to respond to my fellow council member because I have a very different perspective. Mayor and I are on the Finance Committee, and we've looked at these numbers. And I do read our wonderful neighborhood social media, and it's just amazing in this whole conversation. What you're saying is, the biggest reason for this real deficit is this huge increase in our sheriff's contract by almost a couple of million, and pension funding. It doesn't get mentioned in next door. It's crazy. It's one of the biggest reasons we have this deficit, and which is why Ken in his reports has said, yeah, we need a real structural change because that increase will be there every year moving forward. Now, why do the sheriffs increase? So let's look a little perspective around that. We've basically had a pretty good arrangement and deal from the sheriff's department. Our costs are spread, across the county, and sometimes state and county funding has made up for the gaps. And if people read the news, what's our state deficit now up to? Is it 60 billion? It started out at 35 billion, and now it's 80 billion. Right, at the beginning of the year it was 35 billion, now it's 80 billion. Remember the context. That's the reality. There's $80 billion of cuts the state is making across the board to every city. We're not the only city that's struggling. I would say we're almost lucky that we have, 10% in terms of our $23 million annual budget, that these increases have been 10. There's cities in San Mateo County are actually combining now to figure out their deficits. So, excuse me. I would just like to really not get interrupted. Because I'm very concerned about the information that is presented to the public. I definitely agree with you that we have to communicate clearly where this deficit's coming from, what we're doing structurally. We have not increased staff. We're working with less staff than we need. And I actually think I'm very optimistic that it'll be a very easy sell to the public of why we want to increase a sales tax by a half a penny, because we don't want to reduce our public safety and our sheriff's services. We've had emergencies, we've had floods, we've had fires, we've had extra hours. People don't want to reduce those services, and it's those sheriff's services that's the major percentage of the increase in our deficit. So yeah, we're going back to our city taxpayers and saying, yeah, we would love to have a half-cent increase. We need 50% of you to approve that. And by the way, 40% of sales tax is paid for by our visitors. We don't pay sales tax on food when you go to the supermarket for essentials. There's other things that we do have sales tax. I don't think that's a tough sell. I don't believe that our residents want to see parcel tax increases. I believe that they want to keep that level of public safety services intact. So I think staff has done a great job. They have cut costs, operational costs, by 10%. We're looking very carefully at our capital improvement projects and seeing, which ones are high priority. We are not increasing staff. So that is exactly why we created this reserves. And we did that just before it was right around when I came onto council. And I was a huge advocate of keeping those reserves intact. This is the first time we're dipping in because we need this transition. We've got this $4 million deficit, so we want to take about $1.5 million from our reserves because it is an economic downturn. We're not having as much TOT, so we hope some of that will start coming back. I agree, we're not going to see some immediate impact from incubators, but we need some, coverage in the transition. So we'll take a little bit out of reserves. I'm very optimistic that people will understand that that half-cent sales tax increase is justified. It'll bring in $2 million, which just so happens covers that $2 million of sheriff's increase. And we'll look for some other possible structural changes, but that will be the main structural change in our revenue. And so, yeah, I think actually as a city, it is amazing how many services we have provided in other areas for those who need the safety net. We're trying to keep our safety nets in place. I think the county will help us wherever they can. And so, yeah, I don't want to paint this super pessimistic picture when I feel like staff, we've done a lot. This is a city where people have each other's backs. We pull together when we have economic crises like this. And, we don't know where the economy's going. Maybe, there will have to be more cuts down the road. But right now, I don't want to overreact. I don't want to say that staff hasn't done enough because I believe the exact opposite. And that's why I get a little concerned in next door when they're saying, oh, we're overspending, we're doing this and that. Well, it is just not true. Those aren't the facts. And I do believe it's time we do communicate more clearly and get, ahead of what the reality is. And frankly, like I said, there's other cities in a lot worse shape who don't have the kind of reserves that we have percentage-wise. And so we're fortunate that we did save enough for a rainy day. A lot of people live check to check, and we're not a city that's living check to check. We do have savings just for this kind of occasion. And I think the structural half-a-cent increase in sales tax will go a long way to helping us out, and then that bridge over the next year to dip into our reserves that are specially designed for this kind of situation. So, I think the mayor and I have been working hard with staff to understand the budget, and those are our recommendations, that yes, we do definitely, and believe me, the last thing I ever like to do is dip in reserves. It's like dipping into my own personal savings accounts that I save. You know, I don't like doing that. But I think the reality is I'd rather, keep us out of crisis mode and wait till see, like you said, what happens in the election. There could be a lot of things happening in November that can, change an economic picture across the country. But this is what, it's important to focus on what we have control over. We can't change the things that we are concerned about that are out of our zone of control. And so this increase in the sales tax is within our control. Reducing operational budgets by 9% in each department was within our control. We're being very careful on expenditures. We're not hiring new staff. We're doing more with less. That's what's within our control. And so, yeah, I'm very positive. I feel very proud of staff for doing what they're doing. Staff has put in extra hours for all the emergencies we've had, and we want to keep that level of sheriff services and public safety intact. So, sorry if I keep repeating myself, but sometimes I got to repeat things 3 times to make sure we get it heard, what the key headlines are here. So yeah, I mean, I thank you for your input, Councilmember Ruddick, but I think I think we're on the right track in terms of what's being recommended here.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, hours late. I agree with just about everything that Robert just said. I think that our pants are not on fire. I don't think that we have to panic. I think the economic uncertainty reserve is meant for economic uncertainty, and we got economic uncertainty. I'm hopeful that we can get $2 million with a sales tax increase. I'm grateful for the work that staff has done in reducing expenditures. So I'm not so concerned. I really think that we'll come out of this okay, and we'll just keep an eye on it. But I agree with both recommendations that the Finance Committee has made.
Well, not much to say. No, that's thing has been said. So what do you need from us?
So maybe, Ken, can we go back again to the 2 questions? So there's 2 financial things that we want to be sure that we're on the right track on. One is we expect to have about a $1.6 million savings from this fiscal year, and we'd like to apply that towards the deficit next year. Additionally, we'll need a little over $2 million from the Economic Uncertainty Fund to shore up the rest of it, which will maintain the levels that we've recommended in the budget this year. So we need direction, just verbal confirmation that that's acceptable for the draft budget. Of course, when you see the draft budget, you may have additional thoughts, concerns, but I think we've laid out kind of our situation here. And then, as we mentioned, just clear direction to pursue the sales and use tax increase and move on from some of the other tax measures that we had been exploring previously. Just for your information, polling on, voter attitudes towards the sales tax increase is happening shortly, and that will also give us more data as we move into the deadlines for making those final decisions this summer. So that's the direction we're looking for, plus any other recommendations where we should be looking to make cuts. I've noted several recommendations from Councilmember Ruddick, and again, we're all doing this together. We appreciate your support and your expertise and your own individual experience, and both professionally and in the community. And we want to be creative in the way we approach this budget. So.
One last thing. I love the idea to consider paid parking, but since we're doing some polling anyway, you mentioned that paid parking you feel is popular. I'm not yeah. I'm just not sure. People live in the city like the idea of not having to pay for, so it might be something we just might want to.
Do you want more revenue to
Investigate.
facilitate economic development and make downtown better? Paid parking is
No.
the way to go.
That's not the point. The point is, you said you hear people saying they like the idea of paid parking. I would like to, verify that and make sure that our citizens are okay with that. It's a great idea. If people say, yeah, if there's a consensus that people like that idea, then we should by all means pursue it. I'm just saying I don't know if that's the case or not. So it sounds great on paper, but I don't want to find out, everybody's against, why are you raising, making us pay for parking downtown? We should just make sure that that's a reality that people are okay with, to raise revenue versus other, options. So that's great.
One thing would be possible to have maybe a statement on our social media page or website about the tax increase, about 0.5%.
Yeah, we're working on our communication strategies right now, and part of that will be driven by what we hear from the polling, because we want to make sure we understand what resonates with the voters and what they're concerned about, and be sure that we can address those issues as we communicate. But I do think the point's been made that we need to do a better job of making sure people understand how we got to where we are now, regardless of why we want to.
But shouldn't we wait on the polling till we get our communications out as to why we're?
That's correct. We're working on it, but we won't finish it until then. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, we're not polling yet.
But I think the point's been made, and I think it is correct that we've got to start controlling the narrative a little bit on, hey, you can speculate all you want about what we're doing wrong or incorrectly. We're at least going to give you the facts. What you do with them is up to you, but here's the facts of how we got where we are and what we're doing to try to address it.
Yeah.
So
great.
Okay.
So we good to go?
And I just want to thank Ken. This is hard work. It's I've worked in agencies on budgets where things are great, and it's tedious work, but it's an environment like this where we're really concerned about the future and having to make tough decisions. It's so important to know that the numbers are right and that what you're working with is correct, so that you don't get surprised down the road that, we missed something here. And I appreciate Ken and the entire budget team. They're very detail-oriented. I think they've done a great job getting the right numbers in front of us so that we could make these tough decisions. So thanks to all of them.
I like Ken. I trust Ken.
Yes. Yes. That's our motto. We trust Ken. So we appreciate that conversation and the feedback, and it'll be incorporated into the budget book draft as we bring that forward in a couple of weeks to you. So thank you.
All right, so we're good to go? All right, what's next? Any future agenda items?
Yes. I'd like us to consider sending a letter or decide to send a letter in opposition to SB 2560, the Alvarez bill that would remove the Coastal Act exemption from the housing bills. It's a bad bill. Removes our local control completely. I think we need to send a letter in opposition.
I totally agree.
So maybe just a letter developed for the mayor's signature? Are you willing to?
Yeah, I believe that's well within the existing platform, which means we can put that together and send it out and then just bring it to you for ratification after the fact.
That'd be great.
And I think we're already working on it, so.
All right, commissions, committee updates. No?
I think everybody knows what happened at Planning Commission last week. If you just read the newspaper or watch the news. There is a Recreation Commission meeting tomorrow night, and it will include a presentation by the Boys and Girls Club, some updates on the upcoming Summer's End Music Festival, and a couple other summer recreation updates. So That's at 6 o'clock at the library, if anybody's watching and wants to join tomorrow night. That meeting will not go till 12:15, so enjoy.
Question on that. I forgot, keep forgetting to ask, were the planning commissioners felt safe when they left the meeting?
I mean, I can't speak for them. We have had, over the last several months, sheriff support here at our public meetings, just because of a lot of things going on in the world and in public meetings. And so we just made sure that, there was a presence, not an overwhelming presence, but just helping people to know there's someone here, and the planning commissioners to know that if they needed support, they could. But I would say last Tuesday's meeting, as big of a deal as it was, I think both sides ended well, and people were really cordial and professional after the meeting, and I think there was a good feeling after the meeting. So, Thank you.
All right. City Council member reports. No? Meeting adjourned. Ready to go. Yay.